Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Our Airbnb host swore we were the first guests with that new code. So how did a stranger walk straight into our house in the middle of the night? I am not talking about a creaking sound I heard half asleep or a dream I convinced myself was real. I mean, the front door to our rented ski house actually beeped unlocked, opened, and someone walked in while my friends and I were passed out upstairs. And we have the lock logs to prove it. There's no news article you can Google about this. No police report with my name on it. On paper, nothing happened. Nobody died. Nothing was stolen, no broken glass, no forced entry. If you drove past that little row of townhouses in Utah the next morning, you would have seen 4 tired people loading snowboards into an SUV, not realizing one of them had spent the whole night listening to a stranger test every bedroom door. This is not a story about a ghost. It is a story about a man who knew our neighborhood, knew our house, and somehow knew our code before we ever set foot on that mountain. If you've ever stayed in an Airbnb, if you've ever trusted a 6-digit number and a smart lock to keep you safe, I want you to listen carefully to what happened on our second night. Because after Utah, I stopped laughing at paranoid people, and I started wondering how many times in how many houses he's done this before. 1.1 Why I'm telling this to a stranger on the internet. I know this will not sound like much on paper. No one died. There is no blood. There is no breaking news article you can look up and say, "Oh, he is talking about that case." If I picked up my phone right now, 3 years after it happened, and tried to report it, I am pretty sure the officer on the other end would tell me to get some sleep, maybe talk to a therapist, and stop reading horror forums at 3 in the morning. That is exactly why I am telling this to you instead. I am 32. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I work IT support for a company big enough to have 3 floors of cubicles and small enough to pretend that we are a family. My job is the kind of thing where people only remember you exist when something breaks. I spend a lot of nights on call sitting under fluorescent lights while the rest of the building is dark, listening to servers hum behind a locked door and watching the help desk queue slowly empty out. If you have ever worked nights in a quiet building, you know what I mean when I say you learn the sounds of a place. The way the central AC kicks on with a low breath, runs for a minute, then shuts off with a soft thump in the vents overhead. The way the vending machine in the break room drops a can at 2:17 a.m. every night like clockwork. The way the fridge clicks and then hums, clicks and then hums like it is talking to itself in the corner. You know when someone is really there because their footsteps do not sound like any of that. Human noise is messy. Mechanical noise is predictable. I am good with predictable. It is pretty much my whole job. Right now, as I type this for a horror channel, instead of writing another incident report, I am sitting at the tiny kitchen table in my 1-bedroom apartment in West Phoenix. The blinds are half closed, leaking strips of orange from the parking lot lights outside. Every few seconds, a car rolls by on the road beyond the complex, a soft whoosh, and then the distant fade of tires on asphalt. If I crack the sliding door, I can hear the hum of traffic from I-10, that constant low roar that never really stops, just gets thinner at 3 or 4 in the morning. Behind me, my fridge is doing its cycle. Click. Hum. The AC is set to kick on if the temperature climbs above 74. When it does, there is a half second of silence, and then the vents breathe out cool air over my shoulders. I live alone, so those sounds are my background noise. On good nights, they are just boring. On bad nights, they remind me of another house, another system of noises, and how it felt when all of them went quiet at once. That is the part the police would not care about. That is the part I need you to understand. Because this story is not about seeing a face in a window or hearing voices from the attic. It is about realizing in the middle of a very ordinary ski trip that someone else had learned the sounds of our rental house better than we had. It is about hearing a door lock beep, unlock, and open at a time when that should have been impossible, and then discovering later that it was not the first time that door had opened while we were supposed to be safe. The way it started was boring. Boring is important. 3 years ago, my company decided to do one of those team bonding trips. You know, the type group email group chat shared Google Doc full of flight confirmations and passive-aggressive notes about who still has not paid their part of the Airbnb yet. A long weekend in Utah, they said. Park City, snow, skiing, snowboarding, hot tubs, and craft beer. It sounded like Instagram, not like horror. It was me, my coworker Matt from sales, Jenna from HR, and Lena from marketing. 4 people who spent most of their waking hours under LED lights and suddenly wanted to pretend we were outdoorsy. We found a 3-story townhouse on a hill outside town, the kind with wooden railings and big windows and a view of nothing but trees and other people's expensive vacations. The listing mentioned a smart lock on the front door, which made everyone feel better for some reason. No keys to lose, Jenna said. It's safer, Lena said. I remember that exact phrase now, and it makes my skin crawl. It's safer. When you stay in an Airbnb, you put an insane amount of trust in numbers you did not choose. A 6-digit code is supposed to stand between you and anyone who might want to walk in while you are sleeping. The host messages you something like, "Your code is 49271, enjoy your stay." And just like that, you accept that this combination of beeps belongs to you for the weekend. You punch it into a little plastic pad, the door clicks, and you tell yourself you're home. Back then, I did not think about who had used that code before us. I did not think about who might have stood on that same porch, in the same cold, listening to other people punch in other codes. I did not think about anyone watching. I do now. Every time the microwave in my apartment beeps, it flashes me back to that house. Every time I unlock the IT closet at work and the keypad chirps at me, I get a ghost of that sensation in my chest, the one I felt at 2 a.m. in Utah, when the entire house went silent, and I heard 6 perfect beeps drift up the stairwell from the front door. That is what this story is about. Not monsters, not demons, not anything you can buy sage to get rid of. It is about a stranger who learned our code. It is about the way he walked into our rental house in the middle of the night, like it belonged to him, and the way he went from door to door upstairs, testing each handle, to see who had locked theirs and who had not. It is about the one sentence he chose to say when he realized mine was locked, the one sentence that told me this was not a mistake, not curiosity, not a drunk neighbor at the wrong house. You can call it paranoia if you want. You can say I misheard, or I was half asleep, or I let my job and my imagination turn harmless noises into something sinister. I would love to believe that. I would love to write this off as one of those weird travel stories you laugh about later. But there are numbers I cannot ignore. The smart lock on that townhouse kept a log. Times, dates, successful unlocks, failed attempts. That is what I do for a living. I read logs and figure out what really happened. The host shared those logs with us afterward when we were back home and pretending everything was fine. And that is why I am here typing this out to a channel full of strangers. Because I still do not know what bothers me more, that he got the code once, or that the lock logs show that was not the first time he opened that door while we were sleeping. 1.2 Phoenix cubicles and a team trip. If you walked into my office in Phoenix on a normal Tuesday, you would never guess that anyone there had a story worth telling on a horror channel. It is as average as it gets, an open IT floor with gray cubicles in neat little rows. Walls painted some non-color like eggshell or cloud. The constant low hiss of the HVAC in the ceiling, and the smell of burnt coffee hanging in the air like a permanent fog. The break room has a drip coffee machine that has probably never been cleaned the way it should. There is always a half-full pot sitting on the warmer, turning darker and more bitter by the minute. The vending machine hums and rattles every time it drops a granola bar. Printers chatter and whir out in the corners, spitting half-crumpled reports that no one wants to claim. Fluorescent tubes buzz overhead with that faint, high-pitched whine you only notice when the office gets really quiet. That is my habitat. A screen, a headset, and a swivel chair. I am not the fun one in the office. I am not the story starter. I am the guy people come to when their VPN refuses to connect at 4:55 p.m. on a Friday, or when their password doesn't work because they caps locked themselves. I play games at night, tinker with little home lab projects, upgrade or break my PC for no good reason. If you looked at my calendar, you would see more maintenance windows than social events. Travel is not my thing. I grew up in Arizona heat in neighborhoods where winter meant you might wear a hoodie at night. I knew snow from screensavers and Christmas movies, not from actual weather. Before Utah, the closest thing I had to a ski trip was watching other people's vacation pictures load slowly on Facebook. The people I went with were the opposite of me in all the ways that count. Matt from sales is the kind of guy who talks with his whole chest. 34 too tan for someone who claims he never leaves the office, always one story away from getting HR involved. He is loud, funny, and good at it. If you put him in a bar full of strangers and came back an hour later, half the room would know his name, and the other half would know his opinions about craft beer. Jenna from HR is 29, organized in a way that makes everyone else look broken. She is the type who color codes her Outlook calendar and actually reads the terms and conditions before checking a box. She has that calm, firm voice you use on toddlers and executives, and somehow it works on both. When the company sent out the first email about exploring a team-building retreat, everyone assumed she would be the one to actually make it happen. Lena from marketing is 27 and lives like her life already has a filter on it. She is always taking pictures of her lunch, of the sky, of a pen that just looks really aesthetic on this notepad. If there is a corner of the office with decent lighting, Lena has filmed in it. She is the one who made a Slack channel just for memes and somehow got the CEO to join. They all talk about getting out of town more, about needing to touch grass and see some real snow for once. For them, Utah was another story, another batch of photos, another chance to say we should do this every year and not really mean it. For me, it was something else I did not have a template for yet. The idea started as a company-wide email, a survey about interest in a winter retreat, questions about dates and locations. Like most people, I clicked through it half-seriously, checking boxes based on what seemed least inconvenient. Park City sounded like something that belonged on a postcard. Skiing sounded like a good way to meet a hospital copay. What actually made it real was the reply all thread that followed. You know, the kind half-genuine planning, half-chaos. People replying with, "I'm in," or "Can we do somewhere warmer?" or "What about a beach?" instead buried under out-of-office replies and signatures. Management eventually decided the official retreat would wait until the next fiscal year, but the damage was done. A core group still wanted to go now. That is how our little side trip was born. No manager, no formal agenda. Just 4 co-workers with overlapping PTO and enough credit card room to buy plane tickets. Jenna found the Airbnb. She is good at that, at finding deals that look better than they have any right to. One afternoon, she walked over to my cubicle with her laptop open and dropped into the spare chair. "You're coming," she said. It was not a question. On her screen was the listing, a 3-story townhouse outside of Park City, technically closer to Haber City, perched on a hill with a view of pine trees and other similar townhouses. The photos flipped past snow piled on wooden railings, a hot tub steamed on one balcony, a living room with a stone gas fireplace, a big TV, and a kitchen with stainless steel everything. The description said things like cozy mountain getaway minutes from the slopes, perfect for families or small groups. It also mentioned in bullet points near the bottom keyless smart lock entry and self-check-in, no need to meet host. "That last part is sounding really good," Matt said later, leaning over the back of my chair while we scrolled through the listing together. No awkward tour, no old lady telling us not to touch stuff. Just code in, code out. He forwarded the link to a group chat that Jenna had made on Messenger Utah or Bust. The chat filled up quickly with links to cheap flights, ski rental packages, and lists of things you idiots need to buy if you've never seen snow in your life from Lena. Most of the planning happened in that chat. There were debates over whether we needed a rental SUV with 4-wheel drive. Arguments about whether snowboarding was cooler than skiing. Links to puffy jackets and thermal socks. Memes about people from Phoenix trying to walk on ice. My name came up a lot in those. At some point between the emojis and the screenshots, someone sent a GIF of a person falling off a ski lift, and the group decided that was going to be me. I leaned into the joke. It was easier than admitting I was nervous. What stuck with me most from that time, though, was not the jokes. It was the contrast between the office and what we were planning. During the day, everything stayed the same, the constant hum of the HVAC, the hiss of the espresso machine on the floor below the squeal of a printer that needed toner. The carpet in our area is so worn that you can follow the darkened paths people take from cubicle to cubicle like animal tracks. Then 5 o'clock would hit and things would change. The AC would cycle one last time and then go quiet. People would log off, monitors would go dark, chairs would be pushed under desks, overhead lights would click off in sections until only the emergency strips and a few stray desk lamps were left. The office would go from a low roar of voices and machine noise to something that felt hollowed out in a matter of minutes. I usually stayed a little later than most answering tickets that slid in right before close. It was in those in-between moments, with the floor mostly empty, that I found myself staring longest at the flight confirmation on my second monitor or at the Airbnb tab still open in Chrome. The photos of the townhouse looked almost unreal under the washed-out glow of my work screen. Utah white hills, dark trees, breath in the air. Phoenix stale coffee, dry heat, the faint smell of dust in the vents. There was a weird, low-grade excitement in my chest that did not feel like my usual anxiety, but it sat in the same place. I kept telling myself it was a good thing. People my age are supposed to have stories about trips. You cannot spend your whole life answering tickets and going home to microwave dinners and the same 3 TV shows. One night, about a week before we left, I ended up staying even later than usual. A network switch in another building was acting up, and I was on the phone with a third-party vendor, trying to get them to admit it was their problem. By the time I wrapped it up and walked back through our floor, the office was completely dark, except for the exit signs and the green light on the espresso machine down the hall. Matt was still there, which was unusual. I saw the glow of his monitor from his corner of the sales area and wandered over. He was not working. He was looking at pictures our Airbnb zoomed in and out. "You planning which bed to claim?" I asked. He smirked. "Planning where the beer's gonna go," he said. Then he spun his chair around, leaned back, and added, "You've done one of these house trips before, right?" "Not really," I said. "Family stuff, yeah, not with coworkers." He shrugged. "They're fun. Last time we did something like this, different company, different group, we rented this lake house up in Minnesota. Middle of nowhere, same idea. Cold big deck, etc." He chuckled, remembering something. "We got absolutely screamed at in the review afterwards. For what I asked." He tapped the side of his monitor with one finger, still smiling. "For being idiots with the door," he said. "We kept forgetting to lock it. Like, every night." Host wrote this whole paragraph about how we compromised the security of the property because anyone could have just walked in. He laughed again, like it was a funny, harmless memory. I mean, nobody did. But yeah, lesson learned, I guess. I remember laughing too in that moment. It sounded like one of those stories people trot out to make themselves look recklessly fun. We joked about it, about Jenna leaving a passive-aggressive note on the fridge in Utah, about me being door guy since I was the tech one, about how at least with a smart lock, the door locked itself. I did not think about it any deeper than that. I did not think about what it meant, that somewhere out there in another state, there had already been a house full of people who forgot to lock the door every night. Back then, it was just a story about an annoyed host and a bad review. Later, when I was standing behind my own bedroom door in Utah, listening to a stranger try my handle, those words came back to me in a different voice. We forgot to lock the door, like, every night. 1.3 arriving in the snow and meeting the house. The airport in Salt Lake City did not feel real to me at first. I am used to walking out of terminals into air that hits you like a hairdryer, thick, hot, smelling like dust and jet fuel. In Utah, when the automatic doors slid open and we stepped outside, the cold came in clean and sharp, like someone opened a freezer under my skin. The air smelled thinner. Jet fuel, yes, but faint and crisp instead of heavy. The concrete outside the terminal was wet in patches where snow had melted and refrozen a dozen times. You could see where it had been shoveled earlier that day. Lines of gray slush stacked along the curb. People were bundled in puffy jackets and beanies and scarves, shoulders hunched against a wind that went straight through my hoodie. I remember my first breath out there looking wrong. In Phoenix, my breath is invisible. In Utah, it showed up in front of my face as a soft white cloud, and my brain did that weird little double take like, oh, so that's not just a movie effect. We followed the signs to the rental car counters, our carry-ons bumping over tile and then over the molded grooves of the parking garage floor. The concrete echoed with rolling suitcases and the beep of cars being locked and unlocked. Somewhere above us, a plane took off with a roar that vibrated in my chest. At the rental desk, Matt did most of the talking. He always does. He leaned on the counter, joked with the guy in the puffy vest behind the computer, made exaggerated shivering motions when they talked about snow. "You'll want something with all-wheel drive?" the guy said, tapping his screen. "Storm's off and on up there tonight. You guys got chains." Matt laughed like that was the funniest suggestion in the world. "We're from Phoenix, man," he said. "We barely have coats." The attendant smiled politely and clicked a few more times. A few minutes later, we were standing in front of a dark gray SUV on level 3, its windshield fringed with a crust of ice along the wiper blades. When I opened the driver's door, cold air puffed out, smelling like plastic fabric cleaner and the faint hint of someone else's cologne. Jenna called shotgun with the authority of someone who had paid for the reservation. Lena and Matt tossed their bags into the back, the thuds and fabric scrapes echoing off the concrete columns. When I turned the key, the engine came alive with a low growl, and the dashboard lit up in a cluster of blue and red. The radio came on mid-song, classic rock crackling through the speakers. Matt immediately turned it up. It felt like a soundtrack cue: drums, guitar, 4 people in a car heading toward adventure. If the universe had rolled opening credits over the windshield, it would not have felt out of place. We followed the signs out of the airport, past chain hotels and low office buildings, and then merged onto I-80. The highway stretched ahead in straight lines of red taillights and white headlights, then gradually thinned as we left the city glow behind. The further we drove, the more the world narrowed to what fit inside the beams of our headlights. Snow pushed up against the barriers on either side of the road, gray and ridged where plows had shoved it aside. The speed limit signs were half buried, the black numbers peeking out from under masks of white. Every now and then, we would pass a tall green exit sign where the bottom half was just a blank slab of snow, hiding whatever used to be printed there. Outside the windows, the hills rose and fell in dark shapes. Pine trees bunched together in clusters, their branches lined with snow, like someone had traced each one in chalk. Far off, every once in a while, there would be a splash of warm yellow where a house or lodge sat on a hill, its windows glowing against the deepening blue of the sky. Inside the SUV, it was warm and almost too bright, the dashboard lights soft on our faces. The heater sighed out hot air that smelled like dust burning off old vents. Lena kept taking pictures through the windshield, complaining that the glass kept catching reflections from the dash. Matt kept making comments about how, if we slid off the road, at least we'd die somewhere pretty. We pulled off the highway onto a smaller road that wound up and around the hill. The pavement turned to a patchwork of black and white where the plows had not been as thorough. The tires made a new sound there, a grinding, crunchy noise as they rolled over packed snow and ice. You could feel the car adjust the traction control light, flickering on the dashboard a couple of times, like the car was thinking about it too. Somewhere along that road, we stopped at a gas station that looked like every rural gas station in America, and also like it had been dropped in from another planet. A greenish neon sign buzzed above the door, half of the letters working, half flickering. The pumps were islands in a sea of cleared asphalt with snow piled high beyond their concrete curbs. Inside, the air was warm and thick with the smell of coffee that had been sitting too long, cheap hot dogs slowly turning on heated rollers, and that freezer-cold smell that leaks whenever someone opens a door to grab ice cream. A country song played low over tinny speakers, blending with the high whine of a refrigerator compressor kicking on. We grabbed bottled water chips, a couple of energy drinks, and a bottle of vodka that Matt declared essential for team morale. The girl at the register barely glanced at us, just scanned items and read out the total, more interested in the text conversation, lighting up her phone beside the register. The scanner beeped steadily, monotone, as each item slid past. Outside again, the cold slapped our faces harder for having been inside, and our breath fogged the air as we hurried back to the SUV. When we shut the doors, the sudden muffling was almost shocking. For a moment, all I could hear was the tick of the cooling engine and the soft whoosh of the heater when I turned it back on. The road narrowed as we climbed higher. Turnoffs branched away toward clusters of houses, some dark, some glowing from within like lanterns half buried in snow. Our GPS had us turn onto a side street that wound up between dense bunches of trees and neat, identical driveways. "This is it," Jenna said, squinting at her phone. "Pine Ridge something." Unit 12. The townhouses were arranged along a shared, sloping drive, each one with a small garage door and a short set of steps leading up to a front door with a covered porch. Warm yellow lights glowed over each doorway, casting circles of light onto the snow below. In between those circles, the hill fell into shadow. We found ours, same basic shape as the others, same wood railings, same steep little path up from where we parked. The snow along the shared driveway had been plowed, but not all the way down, so that last stretch, right where we pulled in, was a mix of compacted tire tracks and loose powder. When I eased the SUV to a stop, the tires gave a last slow crunch over the surface. Getting out of the car, the sound was even clearer. That grinding, crystalline crushing sound under our boots as we walked around to the back to pull out bags. The air was so cold that my teeth ached just from breathing through my mouth. Little flecks of ice clung to the edges of the headlights, catching the light and throwing it back in quick, tiny sparks. The path up to the door was only partially cleared. Someone had shoveled enough to make a narrow walkway, but snow still spilled over the edges in soft, uneven mounds. The porch light above the door was on a yellow eye looking down on us. The house itself was mostly dark behind its windows, a few faint reflections hinting at glass. Jenna pulled out her phone and opened the Airbnb app. "Okay," she said, shivering. "Host says code is 490271. It's set to activate at 4 p.m. It's 4:11, we're good." She looked at me. "You want to do the honors, IT guy?" I stepped up onto the small porch. The mat under my boots was stiff with frost. The keypad was mounted just to the right of the handle, a small black rectangle with pale numbers that glowed to life when I touched it. My fingers felt clumsy in the cold, but muscle memory from 1,000 access panels at work kicked in. I pressed the numbers one by one. Each one made a little high-pitched chirp, beep, 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 beep. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then there was a muted mechanical sound from inside the door, a little whir, and then a click as the lock retracted. The handle, which had been stiff a moment before, gave under my hand and turned smoothly. It is a small thing that change in resistance when a lock lets go. But in that moment, with my friends laughing behind me and shoving each other on the steps, it felt like the house itself was exhaling and opening its throat to let us in. We tumbled inside with our bags and our jokes and our tired limbs stomping snow off our boots onto the mat in the small entry. The air inside was cooler than outside, but still felt different, stale, unused. There was a faint smell of detergent and old wood and something chemical from the cleaning supplies, not strong enough to be unpleasant just there. The first floor was mostly garage closed off, and a little mudroom area with hooks on the wall and a bench. From there, a short set of stairs led up to the main floor. Each step creaked underfoot, a dry wooden complaint that echoed slightly in the narrow stairwell. The second floor opened up into an L-shaped living space, a small living room with a big sectional sofa and a TV mounted on the wall, and a kitchen with a stainless steel fridge, a stove, and a breakfast bar. There was a sliding glass door behind the sofa that led out to a narrow balcony, its railing a jagged white line from where snow had piled against it. Someone had set the thermostat before we arrived. As we moved through the space, I heard the furnace kick on, first a soft thump from somewhere below, then a rush of warm air through vents along the baseboards. The sound filled the quiet in a way that made the place feel instantly more alive. The fridge in the kitchen clicked and began to hum. A few seconds later, there was a sharp, hollow clatter from inside it as the ice maker dropped a load of cubes into its bin. Up another set of stairs was the third floor, a short hallway with 3 doors, 2 on the right, 1 on the left, and a linen closet at the far end. Thick carpet muffled our footsteps here, turning our boots' impact into a soft, dull thud. On the ceiling, a smoke detector blinked a tiny red light every 45 seconds, an almost subliminal flash. We walked through the rooms one by one, claiming beds, opening closets, checking out views through double-paned windows. Matt whistled when he saw the king-sized bed in the master, and called dibs before anyone could argue. Jenna started mentally assigning drawers. Lena filmed a quick spin of the living room for her story, furnace noise and all. I did what I always do in unfamiliar spaces. I listened. I listened to the way the furnace's woomph vibrated through the ductwork, the way the air rushed and then settled. I listened to the fridge's humming bass line and the occasional irregular plink from the ice maker. I listened to how the stairs between floors complained in different voices depending on where you stepped. Those sounds would have faded into the background eventually, the way my apartment's AC and fridge have. But that first night they were clear, each one a new entry in my brain's catalog of normal. We made trip after trip back out to the SUV to grab the rest of our gear, duffel bags, grocery bags, cases of water, the vodka clinking dully in its paper sack. Each time the front door opened, cold air rolled in and over our ankles. Each time we came back, I punched the code again, the keypad beeping obediently before the familiar whir click. On maybe the third or fourth run, as I turned back toward the house with a grocery bag in each hand, I caught movement in my peripheral vision and glanced down the slope of the shared driveway. Someone was walking away from our little cluster of townhouses heading toward the main road. A tall figure in a dark winter jacket, shoulders hunched against the cold, a beanie pulled down low over their ears. Their boots sank deep into the snow with each step, leaving clean, crisp impressions behind them. They did not look up at us. They did not slow down. Whoever it was, they walked with the steady, unhurried pace of someone who knew exactly where they were going and did not care who watched them leave. For a second, as the door closed behind me and the beeps from the keypad echoed faintly in my ears, I had the distinct, irrational feeling that they had heard it, those 6 little sounds. The mechanical signature of our temporary security. Beep, 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 beep. Whir, click. Like I had just said our names out loud to anyone listening in the snow. 2.1 Rental shop small talk. The first morning, everything still felt like a vacation. We woke up to pale light leaking around the edges of the blinds and the faint rush of the furnace already working against the cold. When I lifted the bedroom shade, the world outside looked like it had been erased and redrawn in 2 colors, white and dark pine green. The hill dropped away from our townhouse in a smooth slope of snow tire tracks, etched into it where someone had driven out earlier, and beyond that, there were just trees and the vague outline of other roofs. I stepped into the hallway and heard the familiar house sounds beginning to sort themselves out in my head. The soft whoosh of warm air pushing through the vents on the wall. The fridge humming downstairs in the kitchen. The occasional random tick from the baseboards as wood expanded in the heat. Everything was new, but already trying to form a pattern. We layered up in that clumsy way people from warm states do the first time they face real winter: thermal shirt, t-shirt, hoodie, jacket, hat, gloves, and still somehow feeling like it was not enough. Matt kept bragging that he was built for this, then complaining loudly every time a draft hit his neck. Jenna moved with efficient precision, stuffing granola bars into her jacket pockets, double-checking lift tickets, making sure everyone had their wallets and IDs. Lena took a picture of our piles of boots by the door and captioned it something about city kids in snow. The SUV groaned a little when we started it, a colder, more reluctant sound than the night before. The windshield was filmed with a thin layer of frost that scraped off in powdery curls under the defroster and the wipers. When we pulled away from the row of townhouses, the tires made that same crunching sound in the driveway, then a more hollow rumble on the plowed road. The sky was that particular winter blue that almost hurts to look at, and the sun reflected off the snow so sharply that I had to squint even with sunglasses on. As we drove toward the resort, the landscape opened up bigger hills, larger stretches of trees, wide fields, all painted in the same glaring white. Here and there, the dark lines of fences poked through like the ribs of something buried. Inside the car, the radio played quietly some older rock song about highways and freedom that sounded a little on the nose. The heater breathed out dry warmth. My friends were talking over each other about runs and lifts and which trails they wanted to try. Words that meant almost nothing to me yet. The rental shop sat at the base of the main parking lot, a squat building with big fogged windows and a sign that promised skis boards, boots helmets lessons. The lot was already filling up with SUVs and trucks, exhaust visible in little bursts, people stomping around in heavy boots and bright clothing. When we stepped inside, the air hit us in a different way. It was warm, but it was a wet kind of warm, humid from melted snow and body heat. The smell was layered and thick rubber plastic wet fabric, that unique sour note of gloves that have been sweated in and then dried near a heater and a generic cleaning chemical trying to fight all of it. The shop was crowded with gear and people. Boards and skis stood in tall, tight rows like metallic trees. Racks of helmets hung from walls. There were benches in the middle where people sat to wrestle with boots, their bags and coats spilling into the narrow aisles. A couple of industrial dryers in the back rumbled and whooshed, blowing hot air through racks of gloves and boots. Overhead speakers played pop music, something with heavy bass that made the floor feel like it was buzzing very slightly under my feet. Matt and Lena moved through all of this like they knew what they were doing. They went straight to the counter to get fitted for skis, talking in a shorthand of sizes and preferences and past trips. Jenna followed, just as confident. I lingered, suddenly aware of how many clips and straps and weird terminology I did not know. First time a guy behind the counter asked when I stepped up. Second, I said. First, real one. He smiled like he had heard that exact answer 100 times. "We'll set you up," he said, and slid a clipboard with a waiver across to me. A few minutes later, I was sitting on one of the wooden benches, one boot on, one boot off, trying to force the second into place. The boots felt like plastic coffins for my feet, stiff in all the wrong places, my toes numb from pressure and from the cold that clung to the inside of the gear. The young rental tech showed me how to lever the clasps, shut metal biting into place with little sharp clicks. That was when I noticed him. He was standing just to my right, not close enough to be in my personal space, but close enough that I could feel the slight shift of air when he moved. I had not seen him walk up. One moment, the bench beside me had been empty. The next, there he was holding a snowboard by its binding, the tail resting on the wet rubber mat. He looked older than most of the people in the shop. 40s, maybe mid-40s. Lines around his eyes and mouth that did not look like they came from smiling. His jacket was a dark color, maybe navy or black, but it looked worn in a way that said he had owned it a long time, not like the crisp, brand new outerwear a lot of tourists were wearing. Under it, I could see the gray hood of a sweatshirt. A dark green beanie, no logo, was pulled down over his ears, shadowing his forehead and making his eyes seem deeper set. There was patchy stubble on his jaw, just a little too grown out to be intentional. His eyes were what stuck with me the most and the least. They were a washed-out color, maybe blue or gray, but they had that tired, hollow look of someone who has spent a lot of time awake at hours. They should not be someone who has stood in a lot of quiet places and just watched. "Boarding or skiing?" he asked, nodding at the boot I was struggling with. "Boarding," I said. Trying to, anyway. He smiled, a quick, thin stretch of his mouth that did not touch his eyes. "You'll get it," he said. "Everybody eats snow a few times." He shifted the board in his hand, the edge squeaking a little on the rubber floor. "You guys from out of state," he added. The way he said "you guys" made me realize he had been watching not just me, but the four of us together. I glanced over my shoulder. Matt was at the far counter now, laughing about something with the rental tech gesturing with his hands. Jenna and Lena were side by side comparing helmet sizes in front of a mirror. "Yeah," I said. "Arizona, Phoenix." "Ah." He nodded once. "That explains it." I wasn't sure what it was supposed to be, but I gave a little shrug. "First real snow trip," I added for some reason, feeling like I needed to justify our presence among the more seasoned-looking people in the room. He hooked the board under his arm and leaned against the end of the bench, casual. "You up on the ridge?" he asked. "Those townhouses off Pine something." There are a lot of places he could have guessed. Hotels, other rentals, some cabin we could have booked anywhere up and down the mountain. But he went straight there. "Pine Ridge," I said before I could stop myself. "Yeah, the brown ones with the shared driveway." As soon as the words were out, I felt that little pinch of regret in my chest, the one you get when you realize you have given a stranger more detail than you meant to. But he did not give any obvious reaction. He just nodded like he had expected that answer. "Oh yeah," he said. "I know those. They used to be notorious for folks just leaving the front doors unlocked." He said it with this faint amusement, like it was an inside joke between him and the hill itself. "Cleaning lady would freak out," he added. "She'd call the owners saying, 'You gotta tell your guests to lock up, I don't want to walk in on anything.'" He chuckled, and I gave a small, automatic laugh with him. It landed in my throat more than in my chest. It sounded like a harmless anecdote, the kind of local complaint you toss out to make small talk with tourists. People forget. People drink. People think because there is snow outside and a nice view, they are untouchable. Yeah, my buddy actually got yelled at in a review for that, once I said, thinking of what Matt had told me. Different house, but same idea. "People never think anything bad's gonna happen in those places," he said. His tone did not change, but there was something under it, a flatness almost. "They think. Vacation rules. Different universe." Behind us, one of the big boot dryers kicked into a higher gear, the noise deepening into a full-throated roar of hot air. A kid somewhere in the back dropped a ski and it clattered on the floor with a sharp metallic ring. The front door opened and closed every few seconds, a little bell above it, chiming cheerfully each time. All of that went on around us like we were standing in a pocket where the air felt slightly denser. First time up there, he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Looks nice." "It is," he replied. "Quiet at night." I could not tell if that last part was meant to be reassuring or a warning, maybe both. He glanced past me at my friends again, and his gaze snagged for a second on Lena's bright jacket, on the way Matt had his arm slung around the back of Jenna's chair while they waited. "You sticking to the greens today?" he asked, nodding at my boots. "Probably," I said. "I don't really feel like dying on vacation." He gave that same almost smile again. "Don't worry," he said. "If something gets you, it won't be the hill." It was the kind of line someone could say as a joke, and maybe it was just that. I did not have enough context for him to know. The rental tech came back over, handed me my board, and launched into a quick rundown of safety instructions and how to click in and out of the bindings. I nodded, trying to absorb words about edges and lean and how to fall properly. The man in the beanie stepped a little to the side to give us space. I bent my head to fasten the second boot fingers, working stiff buckles, leather, creaking metal catching. For a few seconds, my whole world narrowed to my gloves, the snow-damp mat under my soles, the hum of the dryers vibrating up through the bench. When I got the last buckle to snap into place, I exhaled and looked up again, ready to maybe say goodbye or thanks, or make some awkward comment about not breaking my neck. He was gone, not just moved a few feet away. Gone. There was a woman in a red jacket standing near where he had been adjusting her goggles. A kid in a blue helmet ran past with skis that were almost as tall as he was knocking into my knee. I turned my head, scanning the crowded shop racks of boots, the line at the counter, clusters of people struggling into gear, but I did not see the worn, dark jacket, the gray hoodie, the green beanie. The bell over the front door chimed as another group came in, blowing snow in with them. I realized I had not heard it ring for him. No scrape of board on the mat as he left. No sound of boots on the wet floor. It is stupid how your brain can make something out of nothing. I told myself he had just drifted to the other side of the shop while I was distracted, lost in the blur of bright jackets and helmets. People move around. That is what they do. But the image of him, the angle of his shoulders as he leaned on the bench, the way his eyes had flicked over my friends, the way his voice had dropped just slightly when he talked about doors left unlocked, stayed sharper in my mind than it should have. Like a frame that had been cut cleanly out of a movie. Like he had slipped out between one sound and the next without leaving a footprint on the noise. 2.2. On the mountain being watched. If the rental shop felt like chaos, the mountain itself felt almost too big to be real. The first thing that hit me when we walked out of the lodge with our gear was the sound. Not one sound, but layers of them. The low, constant rumble of the chairlift's overhead cables whining as they dragged chairs up the hill. The muffled thuds of skis and boards hitting packed snow. The wet swish of people carving down the runs, sharp little hisses of edges digging in. Kids yelling in voices that bounced off everything, turning into echoes you could not quite place. Snow under my boots did not sound like it did in the driveway at the townhouse. There it had been crunchy, lumpy. Here near the base it was compacted and groomed a dense, squeaking surface that grabbed at the bottoms of my boots like rubber. Up higher, I would learn it changed again. We started at the Bunny Hill because I am not suicidal. There is nothing glamorous about the Bunny Hill. It is short, slow, gentle, and full of people like me who are trying to figure out how to strap themselves into their boards without falling over. A conveyor belt magic carpet carried us up, humming steadily, while children half my size flew past, like they had been born with tiny boards attached to their feet. Matt and Jenna ditched us after the first pass. They had done this before, and it showed. They clicked into their skis with practiced movements, joked about which blue run to start with, and then vanished toward the real lift's poles clacking against the snow. Lena stayed with me for a little while, phone in hand, documenting my first attempts. She filmed my first unsteady slide, my first small victory of standing up and staying upright for more than 3 seconds. She also filmed my first hard fall, laughing from behind the camera when I landed on my backside and sat there blinking at the sky. Content, she said when I glared half-heartedly. "You'll thank me later." Eventually, even she wandered off to get her own footage on the easier green runs, leaving me alone in a little island of frustration and determination. Once you get into a rhythm on a mountain, time blurs. The day turns into a loop strap in ride up, slide down, fall, get up, repeat. My world shrank to the slope directly in front of me, and the muscles in my legs and the constant internal monologue of weight on toe edge, no heel, no do not lean back, do not sit down. But there are always pauses. Times when your legs burn and your lungs feel tight in the cold, and you just have to stop. On one of those breaks, I ended up sitting on the side of a green run, half my board buried in the snow to keep me from sliding. The hill dipped away in front of me, then curved so that the bottom was mostly hidden behind a rise. Beyond that, farther down the lodge, sat like a squat, busy heart at the base of everything. From up there, the lodge looked smaller, but louder somehow. Thin trails of music and shouting and clanging rose up the hill, carried on the wind. Tiny, bright figures clustered at the base of the lifts, then broke apart as people lined up, shuffled forward, sat, and were carried away above the trees. I sat there catching my breath, my lungs stinging pleasantly with cold air. My legs trembled from effort, a good kind of shake. My gloves were damp at the fingertips, and I could feel the cold starting to creep through where they had pressed into the snow over and over. Something made me look away from the main cluster of people and toward the edge of the run where the groomed snow met a stand of trees. Near the bottom, just before the hill flattened out, there was a small pocket of space beside a bank of evergreens, a kind of natural alcove formed by a curve in the terrain. Most people passed right by it, focused on getting to the lift lines. In that little pocket, a figure stood alone. He was leaning with one shoulder against a tree. His board upright beside him, tip pointed toward the sky. He wore a dark jacket, a gray hood up under a green beanie pulled low. His stance was relaxed arms folded loosely, one boot hooked over the other. From where I was, I could not see his face clearly, just the impression of pale skin, a jawline, the shadow of eyes turned up the slope. Up toward me. The rational part of my brain immediately piped up. Lots of people wear beanies, lots of people have gray hoodies. You are on a mountain in winter, not in a movie about doppelgangers. But there was something about him that clicked in the back of my mind. The way he held himself. The way his head moved slightly, tracking the flow of people, then pausing like he had found what he was looking for. The distance between us was too great for any real detail, but I could feel his attention like a narrow beam sweeping across the hill and resting just for a moment where I sat. I told myself I was being weird. I told myself it was normal to feel watched when you are literally looking at someone who might be looking back. I also told myself that even if it was the same man from the rental shop, so what? It was a resort. People rented gear and then went up the mountain. That was the whole point. After a minute or two, I pushed myself back onto my feet, clumsy, and pointed my board down the slope again. The hill demanded my full focus, where my weight was, where my edges were. How not to plant my face in the snow in front of a group of 10-year-olds who were already better than me at this. By the time I reached the bottom and shuffled into the lift line, I had lost track of where that little pocket of trees had been. There were too many people, too many boards and skis and lifts and signs. The world had dissolved back into noise. We met up for lunch a couple of hours later, all of us converging on the big lodge like different streams feeding one pond. Inside, the air was warm enough to feel heavy. Wet jackets steamed on chairbacks. The smell of food was overwhelming: grease from burgers, cheese from pizza, tomato from big pans of pasta sitting under heat lamps. Trays clattered on metal rails. Voices bounced off high wooden beams. Somewhere, a speaker in the corner played classic rock, the guitar riffs threading through all the other sounds without ever fully taking over. We carried plastic trays overloaded with fries and whatever else we had grabbed from the cafeteria line and found a table near the big front windows. From there, we could see most of the main slope and the lift lines below. Matt shoveled food like he had not eaten in days, talking between bites about a perfect blue he and Jenna had found. Jenna pulled off her beanie and ran her fingers through her hair, leaving it standing up in static frizzed spikes, then started texting someone. Lena took a picture of all of us around the table, steam rising from our jackets, and posted it to her story with some caption about earning these carbs. I sat with my back half to them, half to the window, drawn again and again to the view outside. The glass was smudged with handprints and streaks of melted snow, but you could still see the flow of people, the way they bunched up, funneled into lines, then were lifted away in pairs and fours. There are so many helmets and jackets and goggles on a mountain that individual people blur into one anonymous, brightly colored mass. You would think that would be comforting, so many bodies, so much life. How could anything bad be hiding in that? but it also means that if one person is paying attention more than everyone else, you might not notice until it is too late. I scanned the lines almost without meaning to. At first, I was not even looking for him. I was just zoning out, watching strangers shuffle forward, swing their boards, talk, laugh, adjust goggles. Then my eyes snagged on a shape near the back of one of the lines. A dark jacket, gray hood, green beanie. The man stood there with one boot clicked into his board, the other resting on the snow hands in his pockets. People moved around him talking, waving poles, but he did not seem to be part of any group. His head was tilted back slightly, as if he were looking up not at the chairlift itself, but at the lodge, at us. Every few seconds, his head would move a slow, deliberate scan across the windows. Not jerky, not obvious, just a methodical sweep. I watched him watch the facade, feeling a prickle crawl up the back of my neck. In my mind, I tried to zoom in to sharpen the image, but the glass and the distance turned his features into smudges. For all I knew, I was projecting that same hollow-eyed tiredness from the rental shop onto some random man who just happened to like gray hoodies. I must have been staring harder than I realized because Matt's voice cut through from my left. "You good, man?" he asked. "You look like you just saw your tax auditor walk in." I blinked and tore my eyes away from the window. "Just spacing out," I said. "This place is a lot." He followed my gaze for a second, shrugged when he did not see anything out of place, and went back to his food. Jenna glanced up, checked the line for the lifts, and started talking about what runs we should try in the afternoon. Lena showed me a slow-motion video of me almost eating it on the bunny hill. For all of them, the day was still just that, a day. Snow, food, photos, nothing else. Even for me, the unease faded once we stepped back outside. The wind slapped us in the face, clearing out the stuffy lodge air from our lungs. The sky was still painfully bright. The motion of strapping into my board, of shuffling forward to the lift, demanded enough of my attention that the man in the beanie slid to the back of my thoughts, like a tab minimized on a screen. Later in the afternoon, as the sun dropped lower and the light shifted to a softer, colder gold, I found myself riding one of the lifts alone. The others had gone off together to tackle something steeper. I had opted for another lap on a green I was just starting to feel semi-competent on. The chair swung gently under me as it climbed the safety bar, a cold metal line against my thighs. Below the ground fell away, revealing small clumps of trees, patches of untouched powder, the crisscrossing scars of other people's runs. The lift cable hummed and rattled overhead in a rhythm that quickly became hypnotic. Every time we passed one of the tall metal towers that held the cable, there was a change in sound, a deeper grinding rrr, as the wheels gripped and released a slight lurch in the chair as it rolled over them. I watched each numbered tower go by 1-2. At the third tower, something new broke the pattern. There, bolted to the metal support just below the sheaves and wheels, someone had taped up a laminated sign. The wind had curled its edges slightly, and a dusting of kicked-up snow clung to its bottom corners. As my chair approached the black block, letters came into focus. Remember to lock your rentals. Thefts have been reported this week. The sign slid past beneath my dangling boots, then dropped away as the chair moved on. But the words stuck with me, hanging in the air somewhere between the rental shop and the townhouse on the hill. Lock your rentals. An image flashed in my mind, the man in the beanie leaning against the bench in the shop, saying almost casually, "They used to be notorious for folks just leaving the front doors unlocked." The sign and his voice overlapped two lines of text on the same mental screen. For a second, I felt that familiar pinch in my chest again, the sensation of having given the wrong information to the wrong person. Then the next tower rolled by with its comforting rrr, and the chair hummed on, carrying me toward the top of the run and away from the sign that suddenly felt a little less like a general warning and a little more like something personal. 2-3, back to the house. First hint in the logs. By late afternoon, the mountain had scrubbed us clean in that way only cold and exhaustion can. My legs felt like someone else's. My lungs still held the ghost of icy air, and my face stung under windburn where my scarf had slipped. The sun had dropped low enough that the snow took on a blue tint in the shadows, and the lights in the parking lot flicked on in a staggered line as we trudged back to the SUV with our gear. Grocery run, then home, Jenna said, sliding into the passenger seat and cranking the heater up a notch. We're not paying lodge prices for dinner again. The local Smith's could have been a Smith's, could have been a Walmart. They all blur together in my memory, now sat just off the main road, its big rectangle of a building glowing under harsh white lights. The parking lot was a patchwork of wet asphalt and ridges of plowed snow carts shoved haphazardly into corrals. A couple of trucks with snowmobiles hitched behind them. Inside, the air was warm and dry and smelled like coffee rotisserie chicken and that weird, waxy scent of supermarket floors. Fluorescent lights buzzed above every aisle, turning everything a little too bright, a little too exposed. Locals pushed carts in heavy coats and hunting caps, moving with the efficient, unhurried rhythm of people who had done this 1,000 times. A kid in a camo jacket trailed behind his mom, dragging his feet and kicking slush off his boots. We moved like a small, chaotic swarm through the aisles. Frozen pizzas slid into the cart, pepperoni supreme, some vegetarian option for balance that everyone knew we would eat last. Cans of soup, garlic bread, a box of brownie mix that Lena insisted on, a case of cheap beer, a bottle of decent vodka, another of something flavored and neon that made Matt's eyes light up. In the dairy aisle, my glasses fogged up from the sudden temperature change when Lena opened a refrigerated case to grab shredded cheese. The doors thunked shut behind her with that soft, rubbery seal that sounds the same in every grocery store in America. Overhead, an intercom crackled, and a woman's voice announced some sale on paper towels. Somewhere to our left, a freezer's compressor kicked on with a low, rattling hum. It was all familiar enough that I could almost forget I was hundreds of miles from home. Strip away the mountains outside, and this could have been any big box store on the edge of Phoenix. At the checkout, our haul looked like a college kid's idea of survival: carbs, salt, sugar, alcohol. The scanner beeped steadily as each item passed a mechanical chirp that hit the same nerve as the smart lock keypad if I let it. I watched the total climb on the little screen and winced internally, then reminded myself that this at least was a cost I had agreed to. By the time we stepped back outside, the light had softened into that flat gray that means snow is thinking about happening. Fine flakes were already starting to fall, glittering in the beams of the parking lot lights. They didn't feel like much at first, just a faint tickle on exposed skin. But when we loaded the groceries into the back of the SUV and shut the hatch, there was already a thin dusting on the rear window. The road back up to the townhouse felt narrower in the half-dark. The wipers squeaked with each pass, pushing away a growing layer of slush and powder. Headlights from oncoming cars smeared into starbursts against the windshield. The trees on either side of the road were taller, darker, the spaces between them filled with a snow-hushed quiet that made the radio sound too loud at normal volume. We turned into the shared drive tires, grinding over a fresh mix of old and new snow. The porch lights along the row of townhouses glowed warm and steady, little islands of yellow in the gray. Our unit looked the same as we had left it, blank windows, light above the door, the faint impression of our earlier footprints, half-filled already. Matt killed the engine, and for a moment there was that deep, muffled silence you only get when a car shuts off in snow. No fan, no defroster, no engine noise. Just our breaths and the soft tick of cooling metal. Then doors opened with dull thuds, sounds reaching out into the cold air. "I've got the code," Matt said, climbing the steps 2 at a time with a grocery bag in each hand. He bumped his shoulder against the doorframe to nudge the keypad awake, the little numbers lighting up under a skim of snow. I stood a step below my hands, full watching out of habit. He hit the digits from memory, beep, 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 a tiny cheerful sequence almost lost under the sound of the wind. From inside the door came the now familiar whir click, the mechanical throat clearing of the lock as it unlatched. Matt twisted the handle, and we spilled in behind him, tracking snow onto the mat and into the narrow entry. The air inside smelled faintly of us now, of damp wool, hot pizza from the night before. A hint of whatever cheap cologne Matt had overapplied that morning. The thermostat clicked, and the furnace hummed to life somewhere beneath our feet, sending a wave of warm air up through the vents. It hit my face and fogged my glasses again, blurring the outlines of the living room as we dumped bags on the kitchen counter. Boots thudded onto the mat. Zippers rasped. Coats slid off shoulders and onto hooks with soft fabric shushes. Someone turned on the TV. The flat, excited cadence of an NBA commentator filled the room, all statistics and urgency. A player's shoes squeaked loudly on hardwood, echoed a second later by the same sound piped through our speakers. In the kitchen, the fridge clicked its compressor, kicking on with a low, steady growl. When I opened it to shove in beer and leftovers, a little plastic container shifted somewhere in the back and fell against the shelf wall with a hollow knock. The freezer above it rattled briefly as its own fan spun up, and then there was the sudden sharp clatter of ice dropping into the bin. We settled into an easy rhythm, oven preheating its element ticking softly as it heated the air. Frozen pizzas, unwrapped cheese, and pepperoni frozen in place until they began to sweat on the counter. Garlic bread slid onto a foil-lined tray. Lena fussed with the oven temperature like a scientist convinced that the difference between 385 and 400 degrees would make or break the meal. Matt cracked beers with crisp psst sounds and lined the empty bottles on the counter like trophies. By the time the first pizza came out of the oven, the townhouse felt almost cozy. The windows were black mirrors, now reflecting the interior back at us, instead of showing the outside. Snow whispered faintly against the glass, barely audible under the commentary on the TV and the bursts of laughter from the couch. We ate too much too fast, burning the roofs of our mouths on cheese that looked cool and wasn't. Grease soaked into paper plates. Someone put on a playlist after the game, low enough that it blended with the other sounds. We dragged a board game out from the shelf under the TV, something involving cards and fake money, and spread it across the coffee table. Lena took pictures of our hands reaching across the board, captioning them with something about mountain nights and unplugged, even though all of us had our phones within arm's reach. Matt narrated his moves like a sports announcer. Jenna enforced the rules with HR-level seriousness. I laughed when everyone else laughed, rolled dice, moved pieces, let the warmth soak into me like I could store it. For a while, if you had walked in and ignored the details, the snow outside the foreign layout, you could have mistaken us for 4 roommates in any rental anywhere. The furnace cycled on and off. The fridge hummed. The TV glowed. The house made random small noises as it adjusted to the temperature, little ticks in the walls and floor. At some point, between a pizza round and a second beer, my phone buzzed on the table with a notification that didn't belong to any social app. I glanced at the screen and saw the Airbnb host's name. "Hey," the message read, "just checking in. Hope everything is okay with the lock and the heat. Let me know if you have any trouble with the keypad. It can be finicky in very cold temps." Jenna saw me looking and leaned over. "Anything wrong?" she asked. "No, just the host being thorough," I said, and typed back a quick reply. "Everything's working great, thanks." She nodded, satisfied, and went back to annihilating Matt in our game. A few minutes later, another notification popped up, this time from an unfamiliar app, whose icon I recognized from server rooms and office doors. The host had mentioned earlier that since I was the tech guy, she could add me as a secondary user on the smart lock just in case. It had seemed like a good idea, one more thing I could keep an eye on, a small bit of control in a house that was not ours. I opened the app, half out of curiosity, half out of habit. The interface was simple. A big lock icon showing locked in green, a button to toggle it, and a small tab labeled Activity. I tapped the tab. A neat little list unfolded, each entry, a timestamp and a status. There we were, 8:43 p.m., unlock user code 2. That would have been us checking in the first night. 8:45 p.m., locked auto. Then this morning, 10:02 a.m., unlock user code 2, leaving for the resort. 10:04 a.m., locked auto, and just now coming back from the store. 4:37 p.m., unlock user code 2. 4:39 p.m., locked auto user code 2. That was us, our 6 digits, our little temporary key. It gave me a weird sense of satisfaction seeing our movements reduced to tidy lines like that. Cause and effect. Beep, whir, click, log entry. It made the house feel even more predictable, as if nothing could happen without a timestamp to prove it. I flicked my thumb to scroll further down, more out of idle curiosity than anything. There were only a few entries before our check-in, a couple of locked, manual and unlocked, owner code lines from earlier that day, when presumably the cleaner had come and gone. Then one line caught my eye and stopped my thumb. 2:12 a.m. Lock jammed, error. The entry sat there between 11:03 p.m., locked, auto, and 8:43 p.m., unlock, user code 2 from the night before when we first arrived. Same date as our first night in the house. Time 2:12 in the morning. I frowned reading it again. Jammed. Error. I tried to think back. At 2:12 a.m. last night, we had all been out cold. No one had gotten up for a smoke on the porch or a breath of fresh air. No one had even made a bathroom trip that I had heard. The idea of anyone standing at the front door, inside or out at that hour, hadn't crossed my mind until right then. "Everything okay?" Lena asked, noticing the way I had gone still. "Yeah," I said automatically. "Just..." "The app says the lock glitched last night." Matt snorted from his spot on the floor. "Probably the Wi-Fi spazzing," he said. "My Nest does that all the time. Sends me door opened at 3 a.m. when nobody's there." "Or the cleaner slammed it on their way out," Jenna added. "As long as it works now, who cares? They were both right in the most boring, rational sense. The door had opened when we needed it to locked, when it was supposed to beeped on command. The host had not mentioned any malfunction. There were no signs of damage on the frame or the handle. The house felt solid around us, warm and sealed against the dark and the snow. I stared at that line one more second. Lock jammed, error 2. 12 a.m., then let my thumb slide back up to the present and let the thoughts slide away with it. "Yeah," I said, closing the app. "Probably just the Wi-Fi." The fridge hummed. The furnace kicked on with a soft whoomp and began to push hot air through the vents, a soothing, familiar roar. Matt shouted something triumphant about winning the game. Lena snapped a picture of our catastrophic board pieces all over the place and added a caption about vacation chaos. The notifications sank into the stack on my phone and then into the background of my mind, just another piece of data in a life full of it. Later, though, when I was standing behind a locked bedroom door listening to someone on the other side try the handle, that quiet little error line would float back to the surface and sit there glowing like something I should have paid more attention to. 3.1. A normal night in a strange house. If you freeze that trip in my memory and scroll back before the bad parts, before the beeps and the door handle, and the voice, there is a moment that looks almost perfect. It is the first night after our first real day on the mountain. Everyone is the right kind of tired muscles, heavy cheeks red from wind, but spirits high. Nothing horrible has happened yet. If you took a picture of us then and showed it to me now, I would say it looks like a stock photo for winter getaway with co-workers. The second floor of the townhouse is the heart of it. There is a gas fireplace built into the wall beneath the TV, the fake stone kind that looks more expensive than it probably is. When you flip the switch, there is a soft foof as the gas ignites, and then flames begin to dance behind the glass, orange and blue, flickering over realistic ceramic logs. There is no crackle, no smell, nothing messy about it. It is warmth on demand, controlled fire. The thermostat is set a little higher than the host recommended. Jenna made a comment about paying cleaning fees, not heating bills, so the boards under our socks on the second floor are pleasantly warm. You can feel the faintest vibration of the furnace when it comes on a muted thump from below, then the rush of air through vents along the baseboards. The cycle becomes its own kind of breathing whoomph whoosh, a low, steady roar, then a shutoff, and 2 or 3 minutes of soft quiet before it starts again. We have colonized the living room. Matt has taken one corner of the sectional, stretched out like it is his by birthright. A blanket thrown over his legs, and a half-empty beer bottle balanced on the armrest. Jenna is curled in the opposite corner, legs tucked under her hoodie sleeves, pulled over her hands, a fleece blanket wrapped around her shoulders like a cape. Lena sits cross-legged on the rug in front of the coffee table, phone in both hands, thumb moving with tiny, precise motions as she scrolls through photos from the day. The TV is playing a movie. Not horror. Matt put something on that everyone has seen enough times to talk over without missing anything. One of those action comedies where the explosions always look the same and the jokes land even if you are only half listening. The sound fills the room with its own rhythm dialogue. Canned crowd noise, the high crack of gunfire softened by the speakers. In the kitchen behind us, the fridge hums. Every so often, the ice maker makes a sharp, hollow crack as another load of cubes drops into its tray. The sound makes me jump the first few times. Then it becomes part of the background, slotted into the mental map of things this house does when it's relaxed. Outside, wind stirs the snow against the balcony door. You can hear it as a thin, dry hiss through the glass, and the weather stripping like someone rubbing a finger along a piece of paper. Every once in a while, a stronger gust makes the door shudder very slightly in its frame, a soft rattle that never lasts more than a second. Inside, we talk. It is the kind of conversation that only happens when people are physically tired enough that their guards are partially down, but not so exhausted that they cannot string thoughts together. We talk about work, but only sideways. About which clients are nightmares and which ones are secretly okay. About the time a user deleted an entire shared drive and swore they never touched anything. About the guy in accounting who microwaves fish. We talk about crushes, current and former, about bad dates and near misses. Matt tells a story about a client dinner in Vegas that ends with him nearly falling into a hotel fountain. Jenna counters with a tale about an office holiday party where someone from legal tried to dance on a table and cracked it. Lena chimes in with confessions about people sliding into her DMs after she posts certain kinds of photos. At some point, the conversation drifts to travel horror stories, just because we are technically traveling. Flight delays, lost luggage, an Airbnb in college that turned out to be the host's actual house while they were still living there. Matt grins and throws out the line about the Minnesota lake house again, the story he told me in the office about leaving the door unlocked like, every night and getting chewed out in the review. Did anything actually happen, though? Lena asks, tossing a popcorn kernel into her mouth and missing. It bounces off her cheek and lands on the rug. Nah, Matt says. That's the point. Nothing ever does. Hosts just like to freak out. You compromise the security of the property? He mimics, putting on a pompous voice. Relax, Diane. It's a cabin, not Fort Knox. Jenna rolls her eyes. You realize this is exactly why I checked every window in this house when we got here, she says. I am not getting murdered because you think locks are optional. If anyone's getting murdered, it's me, Matt says. I have the master bedroom. That's final girl territory. You're not the final girl, Lena laughs. You're the one who dies second to prove it's serious. They go back and forth like that, turning potential danger into punchlines. I laugh along with them. It is easy in that moment. The idea of anything bad happening here feels distant and abstract, like something that only exists in the stories we are parodying. Time starts to smear around the edges. The furnace cycles. Woomph. Whoosh. Quiet. The movie rolls through its second act, predictable beats ticking off in the background. Beer bottles empty and are replaced. Someone finds a bottle of tequila in the cabinet above the fridge, probably left by some previous group, and there is a small debate about whether it is safe to drink. Matt wins, of course. He always does when it comes to alcohol. He pours himself a shot, then offers it around like a communion. Jenna declines, sticking with her beer. Lena takes half a shot and makes a dramatic face, fanning her mouth. I sip mine slowly, feeling the burn trace a line down my throat into my stomach, where it mingles with pizza and garlic bread and a day's worth of adrenaline. By the time the credits roll on the movie, the room has sunk into a softer, slower mood. The lights are low, just a floor lamp in the corner and the flicker from the TV. The fireplace casts a gentle, fake-looking glow against the stone. My eyelids feel heavy, but in a good way. I glance at my phone. It is close to 11:30 p.m. We should probably not be zombies tomorrow, Jenna says, noticing the time too. She stretches her joints, cracking audibly under the blanket. I call first shower. She stands, gathers empty bottles onto a nearby side table, and wraps the blanket around herself like a cape again as she heads for the stairs. The boards complain under her feet in familiar squeaks. A moment later, I hear the faint, watery roar of the upstairs plumbing as she turns on the tap. Lena snaps a couple more photos, our half-empty glasses on the table, the dying fire, the back of Matt's head as he scrolls through his phone. Then she yawns so wide her jaw pops and announces she is so done. She disappears upstairs too, her steps lighter and faster than Jenna's. Night dudes, she calls back. Matt stays a few minutes longer, finishing his drink and making lazy commentary about the post-game analysis that has replaced the movie. Eventually, even he stands, grunts, and says, "All right. If I don't sleep now, I'm not making it down any hill tomorrow." He trudges up the stairs, heavier footfalls than the others. A door opens, then closes with a muffled click. A moment later, the hallway ceiling above me is quiet. It is just me and the house. I take our empty plates and bottles into the kitchen, rinse them in the sink, stack them by the dishwasher. The sound of the faucet running is loud in the relative stillness, bouncing off the countertops and stainless steel. I turn it off, and the sudden drop in noise makes my ears ring faintly. The fridge hums. The furnace kicks on again, whoomph, the ducts shiver, warm air slides out along the walls. Snow whispers against the balcony glass and almost sound more felt than heard. Somewhere inside the walls, something creaks as wood settles back into place. I fill a glass with water from the tap, cool, metallic, tasting faintly of chlorine and something mineral. I stand there for a moment, leaning against the counter, drinking slowly, looking around at the space we have temporarily claimed. If I ignore the specifics, this could be any open-plan living room, couch, TV, kitchen. The shapes are familiar, the noises too in a way. A different brand of fridge, a different model of furnace, but the same basic life support system. I flip off the main kitchen light, leaving only the little oversing lamp on. It casts a small yellowish pool of light onto the countertop, leaving the rest of the room in softer shadow. From the living room, the fading glow of the fireplace still flickers, though the flames are smaller now. As I walk toward the stairs, I pass the hallway that leads to the front door. There is a tiny window there, high and narrow, set into the wall beside the door, just above eye level. It is one of those features you barely register in daylight when you are coming and going, but at night it becomes a single dark rectangle against lighter paint. I am halfway up the first flight of stairs when I hear it crunch, crunch. Footsteps on snow outside. Not the soft hiss of falling flakes, not the muffled whoosh of a car passing in the distance. A distinct, slow, two-step crunch in the driveway, like someone had just taken 2 careful steps near the front of the house. I stop. The glass in my hand tilts slightly, water ticking against the side. The furnace is in its off part of the cycle. The TV is silent. The only indoor sounds are the faint whir of the fridge and my own breath. Outside, nothing. Then again, quicker this time, farther away, another crunch-crunch receding toward the street, and then silence. I backtrack down the stairs, the boards creaking softly under my feet, and step into the short hallway. The floor is cooler here, the heat from the main living area not quite reaching this far. I set the glass on a small side table, stand up on my toes, and peek through the little window beside the door. The porch is empty. The shared drive slopes away its surface, a patchwork of older tire tracks now lightly dusted with fresh snow. Under the porch light, I can see a set of footprints cutting across the drive, deeper, sharper than the softened ones we left earlier. They start near our steps and angle away toward the road, the last couple of prints half filled already by falling flakes. They could be ours doubled over. They could belong to some neighbor walking their dog earlier. They could be the mail carriers from before we even arrived, somehow preserved in the cold. Or they could be new. I stand there longer than I should, staring at those prints, trying to match their depth and spacing to anything I have seen. To my boots. To Matt's. To the shadow of a man walking away from our row of houses the night we arrived. Snow falls steadily soft and relentless, smudging the edges of the footprints, even as I look at them. Within an hour, I know they will be gone, wiped clean, the driveway reset. I tell myself it is nothing. Just someone coming home late or leaving early. Another unit in the row, another rental, another life happening parallel to ours. I pick up my glass, turn off the small hallway light, and climb the stairs toward the 3rd floor. Behind me, the house breathes in and out, furnace cycling, fridge humming, ice cracking. Cozy, normal, all the things you want a rental to be on the first night. The sound of footsteps in the snow is already fading in my head by the time I reach my room. I should have paid more attention to it. 3.2. The wrong code. It is funny how loud a house can be when you are awake for it, and how completely dead it can feel 1 second later. Sometime between 12:40 and 1:00 a.m., the townhouse tipped over from late to deep night. I remember the time because I checked my phone more than once, letting the screen light my face just long enough to scroll through an email or two, then doom scroll a little social media, then lock it again. The room was dark except for that. No lamp, no TV, just the cold blue-white glow of my phone and the faint red blink of the smoke detector out in the hallway. Every 45 seconds, like clockwork, a tiny red pulse lit the gap under my door for a fraction of a second, then disappeared. It felt almost like a heartbeat. Not mine, not the house's, just some neutral system, reminding me it was still functioning. I lay on my back under the comforter, the fabric warm and heavy over my legs, the air outside it cool enough that my nose felt a little numb. My board-sore muscles throbbed in a dull, satisfied way. My brain, on the other hand, refused to shut up. It ricocheted between the day's spills, tomorrow's runs, and the inbox I would have to deal with when I got home. The furnace had been cycling all evening, its whoomph, whoosh, quiet rhythm slowly teaching my body what to expect. Around that time, though, it finished a run and did not immediately start another. The fan wound down. The rush of warm air faded from the vents. And then, for the first time since we'd arrived, the house fell into a kind of blank sound. No furnace, no TV, no voices, no pipes. Just the faintest hum from the fridge 2 floors below, so low I could almost convince myself I was imagining it. No neighbor noise, no footsteps through the shared walls, no muffled conversation. No traffic either. The hill and the snow had swallowed whatever distant hum there might have been. It was the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of tiny, stupid noises, the soft rasp of fabric when you shift your legs under the blanket. The little creak of the mattress springs when your weight shifts to one side. The dry click of your own throat when you swallow. I could hear my phone case slide imperceptibly against the sheet whenever I moved my hand. I could hear my own breathing too loud in the still air and the dull thud of my heartbeat in my ears. I remember thinking, so this is what the guy at the rental shop meant by quiet at night. I do not know how long I lay there in that no sound, looking at the ceiling I could not see, half reading nothing on my phone, half drifting. Long enough for the glow of the screen to start making my eyes ache, long enough that I considered finally putting the phone face down on the nightstand and giving in. Then it happened. From directly below me, from the direction of the front door at the bottom of the stairs, came a sound that cut through the silence as cleanly as a knife. Beep, 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 beep. 4 quick, high-pitched chirps in a pattern my brain recognized before I did. There was a half-second pause, like the house was holding its breath. Then beep! A single longer beep, slightly lower in pitch with a thin edge of annoyance in it. The sound of an electronic system saying wrong. It is hard to describe how every cell in my body responded in that moment. There was no processing, just an instant full-body jolt. 1 second I was flat on my back. The next I was sitting upright in bed, heart slamming against my ribs so hard it hurt. I had heard the smart lock beep plenty of times by then. 6 chirps for a correct code, beep, 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 followed by that soft mechanical whir click as the deadbolt retracted. This was not that. 4 beeps, 1 error tone, no whir, no click. Someone had just stood outside our front door in the dark and the snow and punched in the wrong code. I held my breath and listened. The silence after those sounds was somehow worse than the sounds themselves. The house did not rush to fill it. The furnace stayed off. No one shifted in the rooms beside or across the hall from me. There was no follow-up noise from downstairs, no footsteps on the entryway tile, no muttered curse, no rattling of the handle. The part of my brain that deals with servers and logs and keypad systems spun up fast, throwing images at me like a slideshow. The man in the beanie leaning on the bench in the rental shop saying he knew those townhouses. The laminated sign on the lift, "Remember to lock your rentals. Thefts have been reported this week." The lock jammed error entry in the activity log at 2:12 a.m. the night before. 4 beeps is someone starting a code and messing it up. The thought marched through my mind in my own internal help desk voice. I strained to hear anything else. Another attempt. The sound of boots on the porch. The soft, metallic click of the handle being tried, the faint rattle of the door in its frame. Nothing. the house stayed in that weird, held breath state. The only sound was the faint tick of some cooling metal somewhere in the ductwork and the drum roll of my own heartbeat in my ears. I told myself to move. To get up, go to the door, look through the peephole, check the app, something. But for a long moment, my body refused to cooperate. I sat there and the dark fingers dug into the blanket, listening like my life depended on picking up the slightest sound. When nothing else came, another calmer narrative started trying to push its way in. Matt probably forgot something in the car, it said. His vape, his wallet, whatever. He went downstairs half asleep, punched the code wrong, and then got it right on the second try. But that story did not line up with what I had actually heard. There had been no second set of beeps, no successful unlock sequence, no sense of the door opening or closing, and I had not heard anyone on the stairs before the noise. The stairs in that house were not subtle. Every step groaned in a slightly different way, a little wooden complaint that you could hear even through a closed door. I hadn't heard Matt's uneven, weighty stomp. I hadn't heard Jenna's quicker steps or Lena's light ones. It was as if someone had appeared at the front door without crossing the interior space first. I sat frozen for what felt like minutes, but was probably less than 30 seconds waiting for some cue about what to do next. Survival instinct versus curiosity versus embarrassment at the idea of waking everyone up over a noise. Eventually, the furnace decided it had done its part in the drama and kicked back on with its familiar whoomp, filling the house with a low, soothing roar of forced air. The sound washed over everything, smudging the memory of the beeps just a little, making them feel less sharp and less real. I forced myself to lie back down. It felt wrong to do it, like turning your back on the ocean after seeing a fin, but I did. I told myself that if I heard the beep sequence again, 4 beeps wrong, tone anything, I would get up, go downstairs, and actually look. For a long time, I lay there in the renewed noise, eyes open, staring at the vague, darker patch of ceiling above me. Every creak made me flinch. Every cycle of the furnace felt like a countdown. The beeps did not come back. At some point, my brain did that thing it does when it is overloaded and exhausted. It filed the experience under probably nothing. Deal with it later, and dragged me down into sleep. Morning made everything feel silly. Snowlight filled the room when I woke up, turning the walls a soft gray. The air smelled faintly of coffee and whatever deodorant Matt used. The distant sound of the ESPN theme floated up from the living room, where he had apparently fired up the TV again. Pipes in the wall rattled as someone used the shower. The house was noisy in that normal daytime way that makes nights feel like a different planet. I found everyone in the kitchen and living room moving around each other in the distracted choreography of the first few minutes of the day. Coffee maker dripping, toast popping, cereal being poured. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did any of you go outside last night like around 1?" Matt frowned mid-sip. "Nope," he said. "Once I hit that bed, I was done." Why, Jenna shook her head, moving a mug under the coffee stream. "No way. I didn't even wake up to pee, which is rare." Lena snorted from her spot at the counter where she was cutting up a banana into neat slices. "I passed out editing stories," she said. "Woke up with my phone on my face. That's the extent of my night." I hesitated. The easy thing would have been to drop it. Instead, I went for the half-joke version. "I thought I heard the lock beep wrong," I said, like someone punching in the wrong code in the middle of the night. Matt barked out a laugh. "Dude, what horror podcasts are you listening to before bed?" he said. "That's exactly how they start." "I'm serious," I said, but even to my own ears it came out softer than I meant it to. 4 beeps. Then the long error noise. That's what it sounded like. Could have been the microwave Jenna suggested, or the oven timer. They all sound the same after a while. The microwave is up here, I said. This was down by the door. It felt like the door. They traded glances that were somewhere between amused and indulgent. It is hard to sound rational when you are describing a feeling. Tell you what Matt said, clapping me on the shoulder as he walked past. If some ski burglar wants my sweaty socks and half a pizza, he's welcome to them, as long as he doesn't touch the beer. The conversation slid on to other things, what time to head to the resort, which lifts to try whether the snow looked better or worse than yesterday. I let it go because pushing it would only make me sound more paranoid. Still, when I had a moment alone, I pulled out my phone and opened the Smart Lock app. The activity tab loaded with its neat little list of entries. There was last night's final locked auto timestamp around when we had all gone to bed. Then nothing until the morning 7:58 a.m. Unlock, user code 2800 a.m. Locked, auto, no errors. No failed attempts. No incorrect code or tamper alert. Nothing at 12:40. Nothing at 1:00. Not even a generic ping lost or connection restored. Officially, according to the device that had no reason to lie, nothing had happened. I scrolled up and down the list twice, then 3 times, as if an entry might appear if I stared at the same pixel long enough. The log stayed clean, clinical, indifferent. My ears remembered the sound of 4 beeps and a long, low one that said wrong. My chest remembered the way my heart had tried to tear itself out of my ribs. The app sat there calmly presenting its sanitized reality. No event, no error, nothing to see here. I closed it and slid the phone back into my pocket, feeling that small, sharp dissonance settle into a corner of my mind. The first time the house told me something was wrong, the system that was supposed to record it acted like it never happened. 3. Rationalizing fear. I need you to understand something about me before this goes any further. I am not the type who jumps at every sound and calls it a ghost. I work with noisy rooms full of machines for a living. I know what thermal expansion sounds like, what a bad fan bearing sounds like, what a cheap fluorescent ballast sounds like when it is dying. If anything, I over-rationalize things until they stop being scary. That is probably why I stayed in that house after the first night. If you had put that wrong code beep into somebody else's story, the version where they are already convinced the house is haunted or cursed, that noise would have sent them home. They would have packed their bags at dawn and driven straight back to the airport. For me, it became a problem to solve. A glitch to debug. The morning after, once the conversation in the kitchen had drifted on, and everyone was busy making their second coffees or stuffing stuff into backpacks, I did what I could to reassure myself. I went downstairs. The entryway on the first floor was colder than the rest of the house. A little pocket of chill where the outside air had seeped through every time we opened the door. The tile under my socks was unpleasantly cool. The small window beside the door let in a dull gray light. Snow had piled up high enough outside that the bottom half of the glass was just a white smear. The keypad sat there beside the handle exactly where it always had. A few flecks of snow had blown in around the edges of the door, overnight gathering in a thin line along the threshold. The handle itself was cool to the touch, but not icy. There were no scratches on the metal, no signs that anyone had tried to force it or jimmied it. It looked like what it was supposed to be, a piece of plastic and metal bolted to a quiet door in a quiet hallway. I stared at the keypad for a second, then pressed one of the buttons lightly with my thumb. It lit up numbers, glowing pale blue ready. I backed off without entering anything, letting it time out. After a moment, the light faded and the lock went back to sleep. If someone had stood here at 1 in the morning and punched in the wrong code, There was no visual trace of it now. No footprint on the tile. No smudge. Nothing. In the IT world, when something feels off, the next step after checking the physical layer is always check the logs. I dug my phone out of my hoodie pocket and opened the smart lock app again. The locked status glowed at the top of the screen. I tapped the tiny refresh or sync icon in the corner, watching for any new data to trickle in from the device. A little spinning circle appeared, then disappeared. The activity list stayed exactly the same. Last night's auto lock. This morning's unlock for coffee and snow staring. No errors, no failed attempts, no odd entries hiding between timestamps. If there was a way for the lock to log incorrect codes, this app was not showing it. Either that, or it did not consider them worthy of reporting. Maybe it was the microwave I thought replaying Jenna's suggestion, even though I knew that sound had come from below, not above. The human brain is lazy. It grabs the easiest, least threatening explanation and holds onto it like a life raft. I heard footsteps on the stairs behind me. Jenna appeared at the top of the small entry hair pulled-back jacket, half-zipped travel mug of coffee in hand. "You good?" she asked, pausing mid-step, when she saw me standing there staring at the door like it had offended me. "Yeah," I said. "Just checking the lock." She shrugged. "Everything working?" "Yeah, all good," I replied, and meant it in that moment more as a wish than a fact. As we moved into the rest of the morning, boots going on gear getting packed, Matt yelling from upstairs about missing gloves, my phone buzzed again with a notification from the Airbnb app. It was the host. "Hey guys, just checking in," the message read. "Everything working okay with the lock and heat temps are dropping this weekend, so I want to make sure it's staying comfortable in there." I stared at the message longer than necessary. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, the words I heard something weird with the lock last night forming in my mind. What would I even say? "Hi, your device made a noise. It's programmed to make once, and now I feel weird about it." I had a half-awake moment where I thought something happened, and I want you to reassure me it didn't. In the grand scheme of horror stories, I heard 4 beeps, and then a longer one did not feel like evidence. It felt like the sort of thing you tell friends later, laughing, not the kind of thing you bring to someone who has the power to boot you from their property. I erased what I had started typing and went with, "Hi, everything's working great so far. House is warm and the lock is fine. Thanks for checking in." 3 smiling emojis felt like overkill, so I left them out. The host replied a minute later with a simple, "Awesome, have fun out there." That was it. No hint that she had seen anything odd on her end. "No, I got an alert at 1 a.m. Did one of you step out?" Nothing. If there had been an event worth worrying about, she would have said something. Right, that was the story I decided to live in. It was easier than the alternative. We geared up again. The day outside looked cleaner, whiter overnight snow had covered old tracks and gave everything a fresh, blank look. The cold hit us harder when we stepped out. The air felt sharper in my lungs. I wrapped my scarf up higher around my face, my breath fogging the wool. As we walked down the steps and across the shared drive to the SUV, my rational brain kept throwing out explanations like it was trying to win an argument with itself. Maybe I had been half asleep. Maybe the beeps had been a dream stitched together from all the times I had heard the lock earlier that day. Maybe I had heard some other device and my brain had misfiled the sound. That happens, you know. Auditory hallucinations in the borderlands of sleep are not rare. You hear your name in white noise. You think the AC just said a word. You hear your phone buzz when it didn't. "You're tired," I told myself, shoving my board into the back of the SUV. "You're sore. You're outside your usual environment. Your senses are on high alert. Not every blip means danger." If there is a sin wave to fear, that morning was the trough. I let the tension drain. The drive up to the resort for day 2 felt, if anything, more relaxed than the first. We knew where to park. We knew where the rental shop was. We had a better sense of which lifts went where. The sky was a harder blue, the snow cleaner. Paths from yesterday had been smoothed out by groomers overnight, leaving crisp lines on the slopes. On the hill, my body surprised me by remembering what it had learned the day before. I fell less. I turned with a little more control. I felt for a few brief runs almost competent. It is hard to maintain active anxiety when gravity and momentum are demanding all your processing power. At lunch, the lodge felt familiar now, the smells and sounds less overwhelming. I caught myself glancing at the lift lines through the big windows, scanning for green beanies, but hours went by without anything or anyone in particular catching my eye. The day became another loop, up, down, breath freezing in the air, then burning in my chest, legs aching, fingers numbing, then warming again, over and over. By the time the lift started to slow and the shadows lengthened across the snow, I had almost convinced myself that the only thing wrong with this trip so far had been in my head. Fear likes to rationalize itself away when you give it enough daylight and distraction. Back at the townhouse, we repeated the routine. The SUV crunching into the drive. Matt hopping out first, shaking his legs, complaining about his knees. Jenna juggling grocery bags and ski poles. Lena already filming the falling snow, as if it were content we would forget without documentation. I lagged a little behind my legs, a beat slower on the stairs. Matt reached the porch first and shook the keypad awake, tapping our code in like it was nothing. Beep, 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 beep. The lock rewarded him with its usual whir click. The door opened. Warmth and the faint smell of stale air hit us as we stepped inside. Flushing the cold from your body is its own kind of sedative. By the time we had stripped off boots and outer layers and thrown them in a wet pile near the entry, my earlier tension felt even more distant. I could feel the rational narrative solidifying in my head, like ice refreezing. Maybe I dreamed it. Maybe it was nothing. The log is clean. The host isn't worried. There are 4 of us here. The door locks. That's enough. Before we headed back out that evening for a quick dinner in town, I played with the lock one more time. It was partly habit, partly curiosity, partly that weird itch in the back of my skull. "Hang on," I said as we all gathered near the front door in jackets and hats. "I want to make sure this thing is actually locking." I stepped out onto the little porch, the cold air reaching through my jeans, and pulled the door closed from outside. The house's warmth cut off like someone had shut a valve. I stood there for a second, my breath fogging in front of my face, and looked down at the keypad. The snow on the porch roof muffled the world-turning sounds from the shared drive into a distant, cotton-wrapped hush. I could hear the faint whine of the SUV's engine cooling the tick of expanding and contracting metal, but nothing else. I raised my hand and tapped in our 6 digits, more conscious now of the sequence than I had been any other time. Beep, 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 beep. The tones were clear in the cold air, each one high and crisp. From inside the door came the responsive whir of the motor, then the decisive click as the deadbolt slid into place. The lock's small status light flashed green once, then went dark. I stepped back, letting my boots find the gritty traction of the cleared path. For a second, I just stood there looking at the keypad at the door at the handle, a mundane piece of hardware that for the moment I was willing to trust again. And then, for whatever reason, call it curiosity, call it instincts, I lifted my eyes. The porch roof jutted out a couple of feet over the entry, its underside clad in white soffit panels. In the corner where the horizontal soffit met the vertical siding, there was a small piece of hardware I had somehow failed to register the previous night. A camera. It was one of those doorbell-adjacent smart cameras, the kind you see in 1,000 suburban doorways now. Black face, round lens, tiny LED. It was tucked up just far enough that you would not necessarily notice it coming in with your arms full of luggage, but now with nothing between us, it was obvious. A small green light on the front was blinking in a steady pattern. Not random, not fading. On-off. On-off. The lens pointed directly down at the porch. At me. At the keypad. I stood there in the cold stomach, tightening, watching that little light pulse. It felt suddenly less like a piece of helpful security tech, and more like an unblinking eye that had been watching us since we arrived. If the lock's own app didn't show me what happened at 1 a.m, I realized there was something else that might have. Something that had a better view of the keypad than I did. Something that for 2 nights now had seen every hand that reached for this door. 4.1. The second day and a few too many drinks. The second day on the mountain felt like somebody had quietly patched a software update into my body overnight. Where day 1 had been, all panic and flailing, day 2 came with a weird kind of muscle memory. My legs still ached, my tailbone still complained every time I sat down wrong, but as soon as I strapped into the board that morning, something clicked. I did not become good. Let's not pretend. But I was less bad. On the lifts, the world settled into patterns. The metal poles holding up the cables passed overhead at a steady interval, each one announcing itself with a little jolt and a mechanical clunk as the chairs rolled over the wheels. The safety bar was cold against my gloves. Down below, skiers and boarders carved thin temporary scars into the snow that were already starting to soften at the edges in the weak midday sun. The wind hit harder up there than it did at the base. It hissed through gaps in my jacket, found the exposed strip of skin between my goggles and my scarf, stinging my cheeks and nose. It carried up bits of sound from below the faint shouts of kids, the occasional whoop of someone taking a jump, a snatch of music from a speaker system somewhere near the main lodge, stretching and thinning them until they almost did not sound human. I fell less. I managed a couple of full runs without planting my face. Once near the bottom of a green, I caught my reflection in a lodge window and almost did not recognize myself in the layers of gear and the new, slightly more confident posture. For a second, I looked like someone who knew what they were doing. By the time the sun started dipping low and the shadows on the slopes stretched long and blue, we were all pleasantly wrecked. Our thighs burned. Our hands were stiff. My toes had long since stopped sending useful information about their condition. We ducked into the lodge again in the late afternoon, more to thaw out than to eat. Inside, it was the same stew of smells and sounds as the day before: French fries, wet wool, hot chocolate, cheap beer. The air felt thicker, almost humid from the constant influx of cold bodies and melting snow. Jackets hung from chairbacks, leaving small, dark puddles on the floor beneath them. The big TV mounted in the corner had switched from ski videos to local news. A weather map of the region glowed against the bright studio background, blues and whites swirling over outlines of mountains and valleys. A weather anchor, in an aggressively cheerful tie, gestured at the screen. "Light snow tonight," the caption read. "Dropping temps, gusty winds." I watched the crawl along the bottom of the screen for a second, numbers scrolling by lows in the teens, wind chill below zero, winter weather advisory in effect. It all sounded abstracted, like something happening to a different group of people somewhere else. Near the lodge entrance, beside the racks, where everyone left their skis and boards, somebody had pinned up a new paper sign on the bulletin board. I noticed it when we were throwing our gloves onto a table. "Please secure your vehicles and rentals. thefts reported in the area. The words were printed in straightforward black type, no frills, the kind of sign that looks like it was typed up by a board manager on a back office computer and printed on standard copy paper. The edges had already started to curl from the damp. Matt read it out loud in a mock serious voice, adopting a faux official tone. "Please secure your vehicles and rentals," he intoned, then dropped into his normal register, grinning. Maybe someone's just collecting snowboards for fun. Pokémon, but with gear. Or maybe people don't lock anything because they think mountains are magic, Jenna said, rolling her eyes. You'd be surprised how many idiots leave their car running while they just run in somewhere. Her comment made something in my chest tighten just briefly. The man in the beanie. The used to leave those doors unlocked line. The wrong code beep in the dark. The laminated sign on the lift tower. The new printed warning here, like the same message echoing from multiple walls. I tucked it away in the back of my mind again. One more data point in a cluster I was not ready to outline. By the time we left the resort for the day, the clouds had moved in. The sky had that low, heavy look that makes it hard to tell where the horizon ends and the weather begins. Snow started as a fine, almost invisible dust in the air, then gradually fattened into small, dry flakes that spun in the SUV's headlights as we drove. We decided to hit Main Street before going back to the townhouse. The idea of cooking again sounded exhausting. The idea of someone else bringing us food while we sat down sounded divine. Main Street looked like the stereotype of a ski town strip punched up to 11. Old-style facades, strings of white lights zigzagged overhead shop windows, glowing with displays of overpriced jackets and mugs and candles that smelled like Pine Storm or Frosted Lodge. Cars lined the street in neat rows, exhaust huffing from tailpipes into the cold. We picked a bar, mostly because it had room for the four of us, at a high top near the back. The place was packed a mix of locals in flannel and worn caps, and tourists in brand new beanies and logo jackets. Neon beer signs buzzed above the bar, casting red and green halos on the bottles. Televisions over the liquor shelves showed some game hockey maybe, or basketball for people to pretend to watch between conversations. The air smelled like wings and fryer oil, stale beer, and hot sauce. Ice clanked loudly in metal shakers as bartenders made cocktails in quick, practiced motions. Voices layered over each other in a constant roar, punctuated by bursts of laughter that rose above the rest and then slid back down. We drank more than we should have. It was easy to lose track. First beer to cut the edge off the cold. Second, because the first went down too fast. A round of tequila shots because Matt made friends with the bartender in under 5 minutes. Wings arrived and we tore into them with numb fingers, sauce smearing on napkins and sleeves. Someone ordered fries. Someone else ordered another round. At some point, Lena took a video of all of us clinking glasses, our faces flushed, and a little blurry, the bar noise drowning out whatever music was playing. She added a caption about "earned this" and posted it without overthinking. The more the alcohol softened the edges of the day, the more the little warnings in my head blurred. The beeps, the logs, the man in the beanie, the sign in the lodge, they all sank a few layers deeper. Like files moved into a folder labeled "Deal with Later." By the time we asked for the check, the snow outside had thickened. The streetlights haloed each flake, turning the air into a dense curtain of white. The temperature had dropped enough that every breath felt sharper, slicing through the buzz in my head. Driving back up the hill felt slower this time. The road was slicker, the lines less clear. The wipers squeaked steadily, pushing slush aside. The radio was turned down low. Nobody sang along now. The laughter from the bar had settled into a quieter, looser mood in the car. Man, if I fall tomorrow, it's not the snow's fault. Matt said from the passenger seat, words slightly slurred. "It's this bars." Jenna in the back snorted. "You were falling before the bar," she said. "Now you'll just have excuses." The townhouses looked almost identical under fresh snow and orange sodium vapor light. Each porch lamp carved out a little circle in the darkness, snow swirling through it. The drive was less distinct. Plow lines were softened, tire tracks partially filled. We pulled into our usual spot, the SUV's engine giving a last tired growl before shutting off. For a second, sitting there in the immediate quiet, I could hear nothing but the faint tick of the cooling engine and the muted hiss of snow hitting the hood. Cold crashed through us when we opened the doors. Our breaths showed up in thick clouds as we hurried around the car, grabbing bags, half-empty takeout containers, whatever we had dragged back with us. Matt somehow still had the energy to be first up the steps. He staggered only a little, boots crunching on the thin layer of fresh snow that had already coated the porch. He slapped his palm against the keypad to wake it up, leaving a damp print. I watched closely, not because I expected anything, but because I had become very aware of each instance of this little ritual. Matt squinted at the pad for a second, tongue between his teeth, then tapped our 6-digit code in one smooth sequence. Beep, 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 beep. The tones were maybe a little less even under his drunk fingers, but they were correct. The lock's motor answered with its familiar whir, followed by the solid click of the deadbolt sliding open. "Boom," Matt said, triumphant, pushing the handle down. Still got it. Warmth spilled out as the door opened, a wash of air that smelled like yesterday's cooking and our own soap and shampoo. The hallway light inside was on, casting a rectangle of brightness onto the snow-dusted porch. Jenna brushed past me with a muttered "too cold," ducking into the house. Lena followed, huddled into her jacket, her cheeks red from wind and whiskey. I was last. Habit again made me turn back for a second, instead of immediately stepping in. I grabbed the edge of the door to pull it fully closed behind us, making sure the latch caught. As I did, my eyes drifted past the porch, out toward the shared drive and the hill that sloped down to the main road. There, half hidden in the shadow between two streetlights, sat an SUV, dark-colored black or maybe deep blue, parked not in one of the townhouse spots, but farther down near where the shared drive met the road. Its shape was just a little too far from the light to make out details. The engine was off. The headlights were dark. No dome light glowed inside. Snow had started to gather along its windshield wipers, forming a white ridge. The license plate was just a rectangle of snow and ice. If there were numbers under there, I could not see them. The whole thing looked less like a car belonging to someone who had just arrived home and more like something that had been sitting there quietly for a while watching. I squinted, trying to see if there was a silhouette behind the wheel, any movement, the faint blue of a phone screen lighting someone's face. Nothing. Just a dark shape in the snow, angled slightly toward the entrance of our little cluster of houses. My bare fingers on the metal edge of the door started to ache with cold. A small, rational voice in my head said, "It's probably just a neighbor's car. Maybe they got snowed in. Maybe they parked on the street because their spot is blocked." I let the door pull shut, the latch catching with a firm, ordinary click. The warmth of the house washed over me as I turned the deadbolt from the inside, a small manual reinforcement of what the smart lock had already done. Behind me, out in the snow and dark, the SUV sat motionless under the falling flakes. If there was someone inside the house, its wood and drywall and insulation sat between us, pretending to be enough. 4.2. The house goes quiet. If the bar noise and the walk back in the snow had fuzzed the edges of my awareness, the townhouse sharpened everything again. We did the same routine as the night before, just more slowly. Matt flipped through channels on the TV until he landed on some movie none of us really cared about, something with car chases and bad dialogue. Jenna half-watched from her nest on the couch, already in sweatpants and an oversized t-shirt, her hair tied up. Lena scrolled through her phone, occasionally holding it up to show us a clip or a photo from the day. The fire was on again, gas flames licking at ceramic logs, casting that familiar, fake, cozy glow. The furnace cycled underneath it all, pushing warm air through the house in waves. Outside, snow brushed against the glass in soft, restless whispers. We were all running on fumes. At some point around 11:30, the conversation started to thin out. Replies lagged, jokes got lazier, laughs turned into small exhalations. The movie's climactic explosion might as well have been a screensaver. "I'm tapping out," Jenna announced, eventually sitting up with some effort. She winced as she swung her legs off the couch, one hand pressed to her thigh. "My quads hate me." Lena laughed weakly. "I'm not built for this many hills," she said, like emotionally. They shuffled off to bed, one by one, the way people do on the second night of a trip. Less ceremony, fewer good nights, more slow retreats up the stairs. Doors opened and closed with muffled clicks on the third floor. The house thinned out around me. Matt was the last to go, swaying slightly as he stood up from the couch. "You sure you're good down here, lock guy?" he joked, clapping me on the shoulder as he passed. "Yeah," I said. "I'm just gonna clean up a little." He nodded, yawned a wordless something that might have been night, and trudged up the stairs, his boots thumping on the wood. A door shut overhead. The sound of running water started, then stopped, then the faint, hollow whoosh of a toilet tank refilling. Then it was just me and the house. I turned off the TV. The sudden absence of dialogue and fake surround sound roar left a hollow space that the fireplace filled for a moment. The gas flames still hissed and flickered behind the glass, a small, contained chaos. I flipped the wall switch, and with a soft, breathy foof, the fire went out. The glass panel reflected the room back at me in a dark, faintly warped rectangle. The main source of light now was the overhead in the kitchen, throwing a cooler, whiter glow across the countertops and into the living room. The second floor looked less like a magazine photo and more like a stage after the crew has gone home, things slightly out of place, props still scattered. I gathered empty glasses from the coffee table, the faint clink of glass on glass sounding too loud in the quiet. A plate scraped softly as I lifted it, crumbs scattering onto the wood. I carried everything into the kitchen, rinsed a couple of things, stacked others beside the sink for real washing tomorrow. The fridge hummed steadily, a low, reassuring sound under everything. Every now and then, its compressor shifted gears, making a slightly deeper noise for a second, then smoothing out again. Somewhere inside, the ice maker ticked, then loosed a small avalanche of cubes with a familiar crack clatter. The furnace fired again with a muted whoomp from below, air rushing through the vents along the walls. A gentle draft brushed my ankles. The whole house responded in subtle ways, tiny creaks in the walls, a faint vibration in the floorboards, the air pressure shifting just enough that my ears felt it. Standing there in the kitchen alone, I had that specific sensation you get in a place that is not yours, but has for the moment accepted you. The house felt stable, settled, like all its normal noises had snapped into a rhythm I understood. I flipped off the main kitchen light, leaving just the little over-sink lamp on again. Its small cone of yellow light pooled on the counter, leaving the living room in a gentler shadow. The stairs up to the third floor were a darker cutout, the banister just a darker line against the wall. For a minute or two, I lingered at the sliding glass door that opened onto the balcony. Beyond it, snow fell in the porch light's reach, fine flakes twisting and circling, catching the light as they fell past. The world beyond that circle was a flat black, broken only by the ghostly outlines of trees and the faint orange glow from a distant street lamp farther down the hill. I checked that the balcony door was latched, hand on the cold metal handle, a gentle tug to feel the resistance, then turned away. The furnace winded down mid-step, its rush-fading vents going quiet. Upstairs, the third-floor hallway was dark except for a thin wash of gold leaking up from the stairwell light below, and that ever-present blink from the smoke detector. Every 45 seconds, the tiny red LED pulsed a brief blood-colored flash against the ceiling that spilled faintly onto the walls. My socks were quiet on the carpet. The air felt cooler up there, less stirred. I passed Jenna's door closed, a faint line of light visible at the bottom. Lena's closed and dark. Matt's shut with a faint snore just barely audible from the other side when I paused. In my own room, I left the door cracked an inch out of habit, then decided I did not like that and clicked it shut. The bedroom was a pocket of dimness, lit only by the grayness seeping in through the edges of the blinds. And once I lay down and opened my phone by that small rectangle of artificial daylight. I pulled the comforter up to my chest, settled back against the pillow, and let my body sink into the mattress. Everything hurt in that satisfying post-effort way. My face felt flushed from the bar, and then from the cold cooling now in the still air. I opened my email more out of reflex than intent. A couple of automated alerts from work, a marketing blast or two. Nothing urgent. My thumb flicked down to social feeds instead. People back in Phoenix posting about patio drinks and unseasonably warm evenings. Other friends' trips, other mountains, other bars. As I scrolled the house around, me continued its quiet background work. The fridge hummed 2 floors below. I could feel its vibration more than hear it, a faint sub-sound under everything. The furnace finished the last of its cycle air whispering out of the vent in the corner of my ceiling, then trailing off. Warm air stopped touching my face. That was when the hush began. It did not happen all at once like someone flipping a switch. It was more like a series of little clicks as small systems wound down. First, the furnace fan fell fully silent, leaving behind a surprising void where its white noise had been. Then the fridge, after one last subtle shift in tone, gave a distinct click as its compressor cut out. A tiny tick from somewhere in the ductwork marked metal settling back to its neutral state. No plumbing sounds, no pipes, no heater in some other unit starting up, no footsteps in the walls. The house exhaled and then did not inhale again. The quiet that followed was not the normal nighttime quiet you get in an apartment or a house with people sleeping. It was a mechanical hush, a complete drop to zero from all the background hums and rumbles, like someone had pulled the power from every appliance at the same time and left only the bare minimum running. In that kind of silence, your senses go a little haywire. My ears rang faintly a high, thin tone that I only ever notice when the environment is truly dead. I became acutely aware of my own breathing, the little whoosh of air in and out of my nose, the soft hiss when I exhaled through my throat. When I shifted slightly, the comforter rasped against itself, and the mattress gave a tiny cry of protest beneath me that sounded indecently loud. I could hear my heartbeat. Not metaphorically, physically, a dull, steady thud in my chest, accompanied by a faint pulse in my ears. It made the air around me feel thicker, like it was pushing back with each beat. My phone screen dimmed. I realized I had stopped scrolling and was just staring at the same post, my mind snagged on the wrong kind of details. The little red blink from the smoke detector in the hallway leaked through the very bottom edge of my door, a tiny intermittent ember in the dark. okay, I told myself. The furnace will kick back on in a second. The fridge will start humming. This is just the in-between. The hush held. 1 second. 2. 3. Long enough for me to start counting Mississippis in my head and then lose track. And then slicing through that thick, unnatural silence, clean, bright, and horribly familiar, came a sound from directly below me from the exact direction of the front door at the bottom of the stairs. Beep, 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 beep. 6 beeps, evenly spaced, clear, confident. The exact tone and rhythm of a correct code entered on the smart lock. There was no slur, no hesitation, no fumble. Each tone was like a pin driven into my spine. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I froze, breath stopping mid-inhale. Right on the last beep came the follow-through. A muted but distinctly mechanical whir, the sound of the lock's motor engaging. A fraction of a second later, the solid chunk of metal as the deadbolt retracted louder in the hush than I had ever heard it during the day. The house, which had been holding its electric breath, inhaled something else. I felt it more than I heard it, a subtle shift in air pressure like someone had cracked a window in another room. The air in my bedroom brushed across my face in a barely there draft, cool and unfamiliar, as if a thin stream of cold was snaking its way up from the first floor, sliding along the stairwell, leaking under doors. The furnace was still off. The fridge was still silent. The only noise in the house had been the beeps, the motor, the deadbolt, and now the tiniest whisper of new air moving through a space that a second ago had been sealed. 4-3. Somebody walks in. The moment that deadbolt slid back, every part of me went rigid. It is strange what details your brain decides to fixate on when something impossible is happening. I remember the feeling of the comforter against my fingers, how the fabric bunched under my grip. I remember the exact point where my breath stopped in my chest and just stayed there. I waited for the door to slam. That is what doors do in horror stories and in real life when people come home drunk or pissed off or careless. They bang. They rattle frames. They announce themselves. This one did not. 2, maybe 3 seconds after the chunk of the lock, there was a much softer sound, almost apologetic. A faint, padded thump and a whisper of wood on wood as the front door eased shut again. Like whoever had opened it had one hand on the knob and one on the edge, guiding it into the frame to keep it quiet. The house stayed in that mechanical hush. The furnace did not kick back on. The fridge did not resume humming. There were no pipes, no random appliance clicks, nothing to cover what came next. Footsteps. They started as a dull pressure under me, a vibration coming up through floor joists and drywall before my ears fully caught them. The wood on the stairs between the first and second floors had a particular way of complaining. Matt's steps were careless, uneven thuds, like someone trying to stomp rhythmically and failing. Jenna's were quick and light, each one a fast squeak. Lena's almost disappeared. She moved like someone trying not to wake a roommate. These were none of those. Each step landed slowly, carefully, like the person attached to them had memorized the boards that protested the least and was hitting them on purpose. The sound was still there. No one can walk on those stairs without some noise, but it was controlled. Creak. Pause. Creak. Pause, not dragging, not stumbling. A measured, deliberate climb. Whoever it was knew how to move in houses at night without waking people up. That thought came to me, whole, fully formed, and sat there like a stone in my stomach. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The carpet was cool and slightly rough under my bare feet, a shock after the trapped warmth under the covers. Every instinct I had was screaming two different things at once. Stay put. Don't move. And you need to see who is in your house. My phone lay on the nightstand, screen down. For a second, I considered grabbing it, calling 911 immediately, whispering from the safety of the dark. But there was a thick, sticky part of my brain that still refused to accept that this was what it seemed like. It could be Matt, that part said desperately. He could have gone outside to puke. He could have forgotten something in the car. He could have anything. Except I knew what Matt's drunk footsteps sounded like, and they were not this. I moved as quietly as I could toward the door. Even on the carpet, my weight made the slightest shuff sounds. I could hear the steps below me now, more clearly moving across the second-floor landing, the living room level. From my room up on the third floor, the layout was simple stairs down to a short hallway, then stairs down again to the main living space. I pictured where the intruder would be, standing by the front door, moving past the couch, near the bottom of the stairs that led up to where we were sleeping. I reached the door and wrapped my hand around the knob, turning it millimeter by millimeter so it would not click. The metal was cool and smooth under my palm, grounded and real in a way nothing else felt right then. I cracked the door open just enough to look. The hallway outside was exactly as I had left it, dark, with only the soft spill of light from the stairwell below washing up against the far wall. The smoke detector blinked its tiny red eye, casting a brief pulse of color onto the ceiling and the upper part of the banister. From down the stairs, a faint, warm glow touched the edges of the steps. Someone had left a light on in the kitchen or living room. It painted the tops of the lower stair treads in a dull yellow, leaving the risers below them in shadow. And there, in that wedge of light on the landing between the second and third floors, someone was standing. I could not see their face. They were just far enough down that the angle blocked anything above mid-thigh. What I did see framed perfectly in that slice of borrowed kitchen light was everything below that. Dark pants, the kind that looked more like workwear than ski gear. Not the waterproof shells we'd worn on the mountain, but something heavier, more matte. The hem of a jacket hung over them, the fabric a darker shade still, with the faint, tired sheen of something that had seen too much use. And boots. Our boots, the ones lined up downstairs on the mat by the front door, still looked almost new, bright colors, clean laces, only the bare minimum of salt on the soles from walking between car and lodge. These boots were not like that. They were dark leather or something close to it. The toes and sides scuffed to a dull gray. White salt lines crept up from the soles in uneven bands, where snow had melted and dried and melted again. Mud clung to the grooves, dried in pale, cracked ridges. They looked like they belonged to someone who walked outside in bad weather on purpose a lot. One boot was planted firmly on the landing. The other was a step higher on the first stair leading up to our floor, as if the person had started to climb and then stopped halfway. They were very still. I held my breath and listened for anything else, breathing fabric, shifting the tiny jingle of keys. I could not hear much over the blood rushing in my ears, but the posture told its own story. The angle of the legs, the way the weight was distributed. Whoever was in our stairwell was not just standing there zoning out, they were listening. It felt like they were listening up, toward the closed bedroom doors, toward mine. A new wave of cold rolled up from the entry below, wrapping around my ankles. The furnace was still off. That air had not been warmed by any system. It was outside, pulled through a door that had opened when it should not have. My hand on the doorknob trembled. I tried to clamp down on it, toes curling into the carpet. An old piece of advice from God knows where surfaced. If you don't move, if you don't make a sound, maybe they'll think everyone is asleep. I watched. After what felt like an hour but was probably seconds, The boot on the higher stair shifted. Not much. Just a small adjustment of position enough to make the old wood give a tiny, reluctant kick. Not the loud, careless squeak that came with someone bounding up the steps, but the smallest version of that sound, like the board had tried its best to keep quiet and failed. The person on the landing did not flinch at the noise. It sounded practiced, a known cost of moving in these particular stairs. It sounded like someone who knew houses I would later tell myself, and now you. Someone who's walked a lot of hallways at night and knows where the boards complain. My eyes slid up, tracing what little else I could see. The edge of the jacket. A sleeve hanging straight down, gloved hand just out of sight around the corner. A zipper pull near the bottom of my field of view, catching the light. And hanging from that zipper, bouncing ever so slightly with the tiny shift of weight, was a piece of plastic. It was rectangular, bright against the dark fabric, a laminated card on a short black lanyard clipped to the zipper. Half of it was turned toward me, the other half shadowed, but I could still make out enough. The bold color band across the top, the mountain logo, the block letters. It was a rental pass. Not just any pass, the exact style the resort's rental shop used. The same color scheme, the same logo, the same lamination and clip. The same kind of pass that had been dangling off every jacket in the gear line yesterday morning. My mind did a glitchy, overlapping thing in that moment, layering images. The man in the rental shop standing next to my bench in his worn jacket and green beanie board in hand. The hint of a card hanging near his zipper then that I had not quite registered, just another flash of color in a place full of them. His voice saying, "Oh yeah, I know those." They used to be notorious for folks just leaving the front doors unlocked. The figure now on the landing below me, boots stained with old snow jacket, hem brushing scuffed leather, the same kind of pass swaying in the quiet air. I did not see his face. I did not hear his voice. He was 3/4 of a person, cut off at the knees and the chest by angles and shadows. But something in my chest recognized him anyway, the way your body recognizes the shape of a recurring error message before your eyes read the words. Every part of me, from the skin on my arms to whatever deep animal part still remembers how to tell a predator from a stranger, said the same thing in one sickening, simultaneous hit. This is the same guy from the shop. 5-1 listening to your friend's doors. The second my brain finished forming that sentence, this is the same guy from the shop, my body moved on its own. I eased the door shut again, as slowly as my shaking hand would allow. The gap of hallway light narrowed, compressing the slice of boots and jacket hem into a thin band, then nothing. When the latch met the strike plate, it made a tiny, involuntary tick that sounded thunder loud to me, even though it was barely more than the sound of metal brushing metal. I turned the knob the rest of the way so the latch would seat fully, then twisted the thumb lock above it until I felt it click into place. The lock was nothing. Just a simple, hollow-core bedroom door, lock the kind you could open with a paperclip or a flathead screwdriver. Not a deadbolt, not solid wood. Just thin skins of veneer over empty space and cardboard honeycomb. If he actually wanted to come in, if he put a shoulder into it or a boot, it would not hold. I knew that. The lock was a symbolic line, not a physical one. But it was the only line I had, and my fingers twisted it like they could make it matter more. I stepped back from the door, trying to breathe quietly. My whole body felt wrong, too big for the room, too loud for the silence. My tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth. The air had that metallic taste it gets when adrenaline hits. My phone was still on the nightstand exactly where I'd left it. I grabbed it with clumsy fingers, and the screen woke up, splashing cold white light over my hands and the rumpled comforter. For a second, my thumb hovered over a familiar blue app icon email, like it could possibly help me. Then my brain caught up, and I swiped instead to the phone dialer. The numbers glowed up at me, big and clean. I hit 9, then 1, then 1. My thumb floated over the green call button. Calling 911 feels like crossing a line you cannot uncross. I knew logically that if there was ever a time to do it, this was it. Someone had just opened our front door with a working code and was standing on the landing outside our bedrooms. There was no maybe about that. But another part of me, the part trained by 1,000, don't make a fuss, unless you're sure moments still whispered. What if you're wrong? What if it's Matt? What if you're half asleep and this is some weird dream with sound bleed from a movie? What if you get cops out here and it turns out to be nothing, and everyone decides you're insane? It is incredible how much nonsense your brain will throw at you to protect your pride even while your life might be on the line. Down the hall, the house creaked faintly as weight shifted. The person on the landing had moved. The footsteps now were different. On the carpeted third-floor hallway, they did not have the sharp creak of the wooden stairs. They were a dull, soft, woof-woof sound, fabric brushing over fibers, the gentle compression and release of padding underfoot. The faintest thump of mass transferring from one leg to the other. If I had not been listening for them, I might have missed them, but every tiny sound was magnified to the point of pain now. He walked past my door. I could feel it in the slight change of pressure, the way the shadow under my door shifted for a heartbeat, as something blocked the dim light from the stairwell and then let it go again. The steps paused just beyond, almost close enough that I could have put my hand flat on the other side of the wood and felt the heat from his body through it. He did not touch my handle. Not yet. Instead, the footsteps continued down the hall. Slow, deliberate. No rush in them, no stumble. Just that steady, patient testing of ground, like someone walking a minefield they had marked themselves. Lena's room was at the far end of the hall across from Jenna's. I pictured the layout automatically, my mind overlaying the floor plan on top of the sounds. The soft footfalls stopped. For a second, there was nothing. Then a new sound layered in the faint metallic rasp of a doorknob turning. Not a full twist, just enough to make the latch shift against the strike plate tick and then hold there. The knob did not rattle. It did not yank. It rotated with the slow testing pressure of someone who expects resistance and wants to measure it. The hollow core doors up here carried vibrations well. I could feel that tiny movement in my own feet in the bones of the room. It made goosebumps spring up along my arms. He held the knob there for a second, like he was listening through the door. I did the same. I listened for Lena. No bed springs squeaking, no gasp, no voice calling out. If she moved, it was subtle enough that I could not hear it from my side of the hall. The knob released a tiny reverse tick as the latch settled back. Soft steps again. Shorter this time. A few paces, then another pause. Jenna's room, same pattern. The near silent grip on the knob, the careful turn, the whisper of metal against metal as the latch tested the lock. Tick. He held it. Again, listening, I imagined, for any sound from inside. From the other side of that door, there was a muffled shift, the soft shush of sheets moving, the faint eek of a mattress spring under sudden weight. For a split second, my heart lurched, thinking she'd gotten up, that maybe she would walk straight into his path. Then the sound stilled. You can tell the difference between someone waking up and someone rolling over deeper into sleep. The noises from Jenna's room had that heavy, unconscious quality. She was not getting up. She was just reacting to some dream we were not in. He let go of her knob. Another tiny releasing tick, another minuscule echo in the frame. It felt like he was going down a list, not looking for a specific person. not calling softly through doors for a name he knew, just moving room to room, checking which one of us would be the easiest door. My jaw hurt. I realized abruptly that I was clenching my teeth so hard my temples throbbed. My tongue was pressed into the backs of my molars, my jaw locked. I forced myself to unclench just a little to let my teeth separate. It made my head feel like it might float away. I had not moved otherwise. My thumb still hovered over the green call button on my phone. The numbers 911 stared back at me, patient and ready. I thought about how long it would take anyone to get up here from the nearest station. How long it would take him to do whatever he wanted to do versus how long it would take help to arrive. There is a particular kind of terror that comes with realizing you are the only one awake while something moves through the space where you and the people you care about are sleeping. It is like being chosen for a job you never applied for. If he picks mine, I thought, not even quite believing those words belong to my life. Do I pretend to be asleep, or do I let him know I'm up? Both options felt like traps. If I pretended to be asleep and he came in anyway, I would be at his mercy, without even the thin protection of eye contact. If I made a sound, if I spoke, I would be telling him exactly where I was, that I was conscious, that I was a variable. Outside my door, the footsteps were coming back. He moved up the hall again, retracing his path. Past Jenna's room, past Lena's, back toward mine. I watched the thin line of light under the door. It dimmed as his shadow crossed it, a darker band moving left to right, blotting the stairwell glow for a heartbeat. He stopped directly in front of my room. The air on this side of the door felt thicker. My ears picked up the faintest suggestion of breathing beyond the wood, not the deep, slow in-out of sleep, but something shallower, closer held. The handle on my side of the door was a cheap, brushed nickel knob with a small thumb turn in the center. I watched it, as if it might move on its own, knowing full well the motion would be coming from the other side. My thumb stopped hovering. It dropped finally onto the green call icon. At the same instant that plastic and glass acknowledged my touch, lighting up the word, calling. The metal knob under my eyes twitched. From the hallway side, someone had wrapped their hand around it and begun to turn. 5.2. The voice at my door, the screen said, calling 911 at the exact same moment the knob under my eyes began to turn. It was not a big movement at first. Just a tiny testing twist, like someone checking if the lock was really engaged. The metal shifted under the pressure, and the latch inside the door made a soft, protesting tick as it pushed against the strike plate and stopped. I could feel it in my fingertips, even though I was not touching it. The vibration ran through the cheap, hollow core and into the air around me. The call connected with a tiny click in my ear. Then, a second later, a woman's voice, calm and practiced, cut into the silence. 911, what's the address of your emergency? My throat tried to close. The words jammed up at the back of my tongue, and then forced their way out anyway, shaped around as little breath as I could give them. I whispered our address, each number a separate exhale, my lips almost not moving. Street, unit, town, state. I could hear my own heart pounding in between the syllables. And is that a house or an apartment, she asked. Rental house, I breathed. Townhouse. It's an Airbnb. There's behind the wood. The knob turned again. A fraction harder this time. The thumb turn on my side trembled, metal shivering in place. The latch gave a louder tick-tick, the sound of a small piece of metal being pulled as far as it could go and hitting its limit. I clamped my free hand over the knob, not to stop it. If he wanted in, my grip would not matter, but because it was like a reflex, like trying to hold on to something steady during turbulence. There's someone in the house, I whispered into the phone. He came in with the code. He's at the bedrooms. He's trying our doors. The words felt unreal as I said them, like lines I'd heard someone else tell on a podcast. But my hand on the shaking knob and the cold in my feet anchored them. The operator's voice did not change. She did not gasp. She did not sound surprised. If anything, she dropped half a note lower, as if to sink under my panic and steady it. "Okay," she said. "I need you to stay on the line with me, all right? You did the right thing calling. Are you somewhere you can lock your door?" "Yes," I breathed. "I'm in the bedroom. It's locked, but it's not strong." "Okay," she repeated. "Stay there. Do not open the door. Do not confront him. Officers are already being dispatched to your location. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Okay, can you tell me if you hear any weapons like a gun being racked or glass breaking or banging?" The knob jerked harder in my hand. This time it was not a delicate test. The metal turned as far as the lock would let it, the thumb turn on my side grinding under my palm. The latch rattled against the strike plate, a rapid, nervous tick, 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 as whoever was out there jiggled the handle like they wanted to shake the lock loose. Each jolt made the door frame answer with a tiny CRK dry wood fibers protesting. I shut my eyes for half a second, sucked in as much air as I dared, and whispered, "No gun. No breaking. He's at my door. He's turning the handle." "Is anyone else in the house with you?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "3 friends. They're asleep. I don't think they know." "Okay," she said again, that one word, a metronome. "So there are 4 of you total. You're all inside the same unit, and you believe there is one intruder. You have him outside your bedroom door right now. Is that right?" "Yes," I said, the sound barely escaping. "He came in with the door code, the 6-digit code. I heard the lock. He didn't break anything. He just opened it." Behind the door, the knob stopped jiggling. My hand still clamped over it felt the last little tremor of motion die out. Then came a new sound, a dull, heavier impact, a soft thump followed by a groaning crook from the frame, someone putting a shoulder or hip into the door, not hard enough to break it, but enough to test its spine. The cheap hollow core flexed. I could feel the movement all the way up my arm, an outward bowing that made the gap between the edge of the door and the frame widen by a hair, then snap back. The latch scraped against metal again, a harsh, grinding little skick. Along with it, a new texture of noise layered in the faint, plasticky shuff-shuff of nylon rubbing wood. Whoever was leaning into the door had a jacket on, and each push dragged that fabric against the painted surface, whispering. "Can you hear him right now?" the operator asked. "Is he at that door right this second?" The question felt ridiculous, too small for what was happening inches away from me. I swallowed my throat, clicking loud in my own ears. "Yes," I breathed. It came out like a gust of air more than a word. He's pushing the door. He's trying it. Right now." "Okay," she said. "We have officers en route. I want you to stay as quiet as you can. Keep your phone on. Is there anything in the room you can put between you and the door? A dresser? A chair?" My eyes flicked around the room. In the pale wash from my phone, I saw the low dresser under the TV, a flimsy nightstand, the bed frame. Nothing that looked like it would stop a determined adult. "No," I whispered. It's just a normal room. There's nothing big." "That's okay," she said. "You're doing good. Just stay on the call with me." Is he saying anything, making any demands? For a moment, he wasn't. The only sound from the hallway was his body weight testing my makeshift barrier. The handle gave another hard twist, the metal under my palm getting warmer from friction. The frame answered with another dry crack. I pictured the wood splintering, the handle tearing loose, the door slamming inward. I pictured him stepping over the threshold in those salt-stained boots, the dark jacket filling the doorway. I was shaking so hard that the phone itself trembled next to my ear, making a tiny repetitive ch-ch-ch where the plastic brushed my hair. "Listen to me," the operator said, probably hearing my breath rasping. "You're not alone. Officers are on the way. Do you have anything you can use to defend yourself if he comes in? Even a lamp?" My eyes flicked to the bedside lamp, a flimsy thing with a thin metal stem and a fake linen shade. I imagined swinging it, the shade crushing the bulb, exploding the base, glancing off a shoulder instead of a head. I whispered. "A lamp." But the handle stopped. The pressure against the door eased. There was a tiny sound smaller than all the rest that made every molecule in my body tilt toward it, the almost inaudible scuff of rubber soles rotating on carpet as someone adjusted their stance. Then, nothing. No more rattling. No more pushing. No retreating footsteps. Just a stillness thick enough that it seemed to clog the air in my lungs. "Is he still there?" the operator asked softly. I did not answer right away. I was listening too hard. With the furnace and fridge still dead silent, the house again had that absolute unnatural hush. In that vacuum, I caught it, the faintest trace of sound, not quite on my side of the door, not quite on his. A dull, filtered noise like air forced through fabric and wood. Breathing. Not a full inhale or exhale, just the tiny, inevitable sounds of lungs doing their work, smoothed out by 3/4 of an inch of cheap door and a coat hood. He was close enough that some part of that air had to be touching the paint. "Yes," I whispered. My lips barely moved. "He's still there." "Okay," she said. "Stay with me. Don't talk unless you need to. I'll let you know as soon as officers are near your street." I wanted to ask her where they were, how long, what I was supposed to do if the next step was the door giving in. But the words wouldn't come. They felt too big, too dangerous to push out. Instead, I just stood there, one hand clamped on the knob, the other white-knuckled around my phone. My ear pressed against plastic, my whole body leaning forward just enough that I could feel the vibrations in the wood. On the other side, he moved, not away, closer. You can feel when someone leans into a door, not with weight, but with proximity. The wood between you becomes this weird, thin membrane picking up micro-shifts. The breathing got marginally louder, not enough to pick details out of it, but enough that I knew his face was closer. In my mind, I saw him forehead almost touching the paint, one gloved hand resting on the knob, head tilted slightly, mouth a few inches from the surface. For a second, I hoped he might speak in some generic burglar way. "Open up. I know you're in there." Something that could be explained later as a mistake, a wrong house, a drunk idiot. What he actually said felt like someone dragging a fingernail across the inside of my skull. His voice came through the door as a low, sandpapery murmur, the base of it dulled by the wood, the consonants softened. I still heard every word. "Hey man," he said, almost conversational. "You guys used to just leave these unlocked." 5.3, "Yeah, you finally locked them." The sentence crawled through the wood and into my ear like it had been waiting there for years. "Hey man, you guys used to just leave these unlocked." It was not just what he said, it was how he said it. Same lazy cadence as in the rental shop. Same half-amused drawl, like every line had a smirk hanging off the end of it. The words fell out of his mouth like he was commenting on the weather, not talking through a locked bedroom door in the middle of the night. They snapped straight onto the memory of him, leaning near me while I fumbled with my boots that first morning. "Oh yeah, I know those," he'd said back then, nodding like an insider. They used to be notorious for folks just leaving the front doors unlocked. Same rhythm, same lazy little pause before leaving, same tone as if he were talking about a quirky local habit. Not a warning, a history. Standing there with my hand on the knob and my ear on the door, my brain stitched the two moments together into something that finally made horrible sense. This was not some random guy who'd picked a house at the top of a hill by chance. He knew these units. He had walked these drives. He knew the front doors and the codes, and apparently the way people treated the locks. Maybe he was a cleaner who had been here before, the type of person who saw guests come and go like seasons. Maybe he was maintenance, the kind of ghost employee who has keys to everything and whose name nobody remembers. Or maybe he was exactly the kind of opportunist these places breed, someone who had figured out that for years people came up here drunk and tired and sloppy and left their doors open to the dark. However, he fit into the picture. One thing became blindingly clear: he had been inside some version of this house. Maybe this specific one, maybe more than once. And I had just heard him try to come back. The operator's voice cut back in, threading through my shock. "Sir," she said, still low, "are you still safe in the room? Is he saying anything else?" For a second, I couldn't answer. My jaw had locked again, my tongue glued to the roof of my mouth. The words you guys used to just leave these unlocked bounced around my skull like a pinball, hitting every surface. Something broke loose in me, then not courage exactly, but a kind of anger that had been building quietly under the fear. Anger at him, at the casual way he talked, like we were just continuing some old joke. Anger at myself for thinking a 6-digit code and an app log meant anything. Anger at the idea that we were just another set of doors in his mental collection. Without really deciding to, I stopped whispering. "We called the cops," I said, my voice darting upward, louder than I meant it to be. It came out ragged but sharp. "Get the hell out of here." The words hung in the air between my face and the phone for a second, then crashed through the door like I'd thrown them. On the other side, there was a pause. 1 beat, 2. The kind of silence you get when someone tilts their head and reevaluates you. Then he made a sound that was somehow worse than any threat, a short, derisive little laugh through his nose. Not a full chuckle, just a sharp exhale, like something was funnier than he'd expected. "Yeah," he said in that same low murmur voice soaked in bored approval. "You finally locked him." It landed like someone patting a dog on the head for sitting on command, like we were slow learners, and he was pleased we'd caught up. Every hair on my arms stood up. The tone, half compliment, half mockery, made something in my spine want to curl away from the door. "Sir, what did he just say?" the operator asked, her voice still in my ear, closer than his, and somehow miles away. I swallowed. My throat hurt. He said, "You finally locked them." Like, I couldn't quite finish the sentence. Like he's been here before. There was the tiniest hesitation on her end. "Then okay? Officers are almost there. I need you to stay where you are. Do not go into the hallway. Do you understand?" "Yes," I said. My voice had dropped again, but there was no getting that louder outburst back. He knew now, if he hadn't already, that at least one of us was awake and not playing along. Outside the door, there was movement. Not the hard jolt of someone readying for another shoulder slam. This was withdrawal, the subtle transfer of balance, as someone leaned back, stepped away. The breathing through the woods softened, then faded a little, like his face was no longer inches from the paint. The handle under my palm relaxed. The thumb turn stopped vibrating. For a half second, my brain tried to convince me that maybe this was him changing tactics, circling, waiting. Then I heard it, footsteps. Same soft, careful steps as before, but now reversed. The weight moved away from my door, each woof of carpet fibers under boots, taking him farther down the hall. The light under my door brightened slightly as his shadow moved off it, then dimmed in pulses as he passed Jenna's and Lena's doors again. I listened as he reached the top of the stairs and began to descend. On carpet, his footfalls were muffled, but when he hit the second-floor landing, the character of the sound changed. The soft pad turned back into wood, complaining a series of small creak-sharkay notes as boards took weight and then released it. He did not run. That was the part that chilled me the most. He did not panic at the mention of cops. He did not slam into anything, knock over furniture, scramble. He moved the way he had moved, coming up slow and controlled, like someone who knew how long these things took. Down the last flight to the front door, each step another small report from the house's bones. Then the sound of him crossing the entry tile, a denser, flatter thup-thup rubber on ceramic. I imagined him standing there, hand on the inside handle now, the same way he had on the outside earlier. Maybe glancing up at the little camera tucked into the porch soffit. Maybe not caring. The door opened with a sudden light foof of the seal breaking, followed by a brief, sharp rush of colder air forcing its way into the stairwell. Even from the third floor, I could feel that change, the tiniest ghost of outside wind, sneaking under my door, carrying the smell of snow and exhaust. No alarm, no chime. Just the simple, soft sounds of a door being used the way the manufacturer intended. Then it closed again. Not a slam, not a theatrical bang. A controlled pull, a muted thunk as the slab landed in its frame, followed by the precise final click of the latch engaging. A moment later, there was a fainter metallic sound, interior mechanics resetting themselves, the lock reclaiming its position. And then, nothing. No retreating footsteps in the snow I could hear from there. No car doors, no engine. Just the sense that some presence had been subtracted from the house, leaving behind a pressure dent in the air. "Are you still hearing him inside?" the operator asked. Any movement, I realized I was still standing in the exact same position, half crouched near the door, shoulder pressed forward, entire body braced. My fingers hurt from how hard I'd been gripping the knob. I forced myself to loosen them, flex them once. "No," I whispered. It felt weird talking at normal whisper volume again. "I think he left." I heard the front door. "I think he walked out." "Okay," she said. I could hear typing on her end, now a soft clatter. "Officers are on your street. They're going to be knocking shortly. Do not open the door for anyone unless they identify themselves as police." "Do you understand?" "Yes," I said again. The word was starting to feel meaningless. The hush was still there. That was the part I did not clock right away. I was so focused on my own thudding pulse and the imaginary picture of him walking away that I almost missed the bigger, creepier thing. The furnace still had not come back on. The fridge was still quiet. The house remained in that strange, power-cut level of silence, like all its machinery was holding its breath with me. Seconds stretched. My sense of time had broken. Each one felt swollen, distorted, packed with too much awareness. Then another sound crashed through the stillness, blunt and official, bang, bang, bang. The front door shook under heavy fists. Even 2 floors up, I heard the wood rattle. A man's voice followed loud and clear through the stairwell. "Police, open up." My body reacted to that in a way it had not to any other sound that night. It was like someone had injected movement straight into my muscles. I dropped the hand from the knob, stumbled back from the door, like it might still give, then corrected toward the hallway. "Sir," the operator said, "that should be them. Can you hear them at the front door?" "Yeah," I breathed. My voice came out in a rush. "They're here. They're banging on the door." "Okay," she said. "I'm going to stay with you while you go let them in. Move carefully. Announce yourself if you're leaving the room." I hesitated for one last second, listening for any hint that the intruder might still be in here with us tucked into some blind spot. There was nothing. No second set of footsteps. No voice from below arguing with the officers. I twisted my own lock, feeling the thumb turn rotate back. The little click sounded thin after everything else, but it was still something. I opened the door. The moment the door swung inward and I stepped into the hallway, the house woke up. The furnace came back to life with a sudden whoomp, air roaring through the vents, as if some invisible hand had finally hit resume on a paused system. Downstairs, the fridge compressor kicked in its hum, swelling up through the floors. Somewhere in the walls, pipes expanded with soft ticks. The mechanical hush snapped off like a power strip being plugged back in. For one stupid second, I actually stopped and looked up at the ceiling, feeling the warm air brush my face, listening to the chorus of systems roaring back online. It felt more than anything like the house itself had been waiting, balanced on the edge of a breath, all its automatic cycles held in suspension until something made a decision, until he left, or until I stepped out. 6.1 cops in a vacation house. If you have never opened a front door to uniformed officers while your heart is still catching up, it is hard to explain how surreal it feels. Downstairs, the banging continued as I hurried barefoot down the stairs, one hand on the rail, the other still holding the phone to my ear. "Police," the voice called again. "Open up. It's me," I said quickly into the receiver. "I'm going to the door now." "Okay," the operator replied. "You're doing good. Once you're with the officers, I'll disconnect. Just make sure it's them." The entryway light was on now, bright and harsh against the night. I checked the peephole because some small, stubborn part of my brain still insisted on following protocol. Two figures stood on the porch, bundled in dark jackets and beanies, bulky shapes against the swirling snow. When one leaned closer to the door, the badge pinned near his shoulder caught the porch light in a brief flash. A radio crackled at his chest. I unlatched the deadbolt, every tiny click sounding too loud in my ears, and pulled the door open. Cold crashed in along with the smell of exhaust and snow. One officer, older, late 40s, maybe lines around his eyes, stood closest. The other, younger, mid-20s, hovered a step behind him, flashlight in hand. "You the one who called?" the older one asked. "Yes," I said, voice coming out hoarse. "Yeah." He glanced at my phone, still pressed to my ear. "You can hang up with them now," he said. "You're with us." "Okay," I told the operator. "They're here." "All right," she said. "I'm going to disconnect. If anything changes, you call back. Take care." The line clicked dead. For a moment, the silence on my end felt huge again, but now it was filled by the quiet hiss of snow and the low mutter of the officers' radios. "Let's step inside," the older cop said. "We're going to clear the house." They entered in that particular way that says they have done this a lot, not dramatically, not guns drawn like TV, but with a certain practiced efficiency. The younger one swept his flashlight across the entryway, the beam catching on our pile of boots and boards, the wet mat, the smart lock's little face. Their boots sounded nothing like his. Where the intruder's steps had been careful, almost respectful of the wood, the cops were assertive. Thick soles hit tile and boards with confidence, producing a solid, official thump-thump that made the house feel smaller. "Anyone else awake?" the older officer asked, looking up the stairwell. "Just me," I said. "The others are asleep upstairs. I mean, probably not anymore." His mouth twitched in what might have been a brief, sympathetic, almost smile. "All right. Why don't you stay here with Officer Wells?" he said, nodding back at the younger one, and I'll start at the top. We're going to clear every room. Lights bloomed ahead of him as he climbed hallway light on, then bedroom switches flicked each click, announcing another space being surveyed. His radio murmured in and out the occasional code or number, blending with the slap of his boots on wood and carpet. The younger officer, Wells, turned his attention to the immediate surroundings. He shone his light around the entry, then up at the smart lock. "This the only way in?" he asked. "Any other doors? Basement access." "There's a balcony door on the second floor," I said. My voice still wanted to whisper and kept tripping over itself when I tried to talk normally. "Kitchen area." But it was latched, and a garage door internal off the mudroom. He nodded, making little mental notes. His beam lingered on the keypad. "You said on the phone he used the code," he said. "You actually heard the beeps?" "Yeah," I said. 6 beeps. Not like last night tonight, it was the full sequence. Then the motor, then the bolt. He grunted softly. "Okay." Upstairs, the older cop's voice carried down faintly through the stairwell. "Police," he called. "If you're awake, announce yourselves." Doors opened. I heard Jenna's voice, confused and sharp with fear. Then Matt's deeper, groggy, "What the?" and Lena's higher, shaky words overlapping both. "What's going on?" Jenna demanded from the 3rd floor. "Is someone in here?" "We'll talk downstairs," the older officer said. "I need everyone to stay put until we finish checking." They moved through the house in a clear, methodical pattern. 2nd floor lights came on full, no more cozy, dim, just full-strength bulbs washing the living room and kitchen in cold white. Closet doors opened and shut. Cabinet doors thudded. The garage door to the mudroom squeaked as it was tested, the echo dull and boxy. Everywhere he went, his boots announced him. Every step said, "This is us, not him." Finally, he came back down with the others, trailing behind, eyes wide and sleep-puffed. Jenna in an oversized tee and leggings, arms wrapped around herself. Lena in a hoodie, hair wild, phone clutched in one hand. Matt in gym shorts and a faded college sweatshirt, looking like he'd turned 30 on the inside 5 hours earlier. They all looked at me first. "What happened?" Jenna demanded. "Who's in here? Are we okay? Did you see somebody?" Lena asked, her voice brittle. "Like, actually see them?" Matt's gaze flicked between me and the officers, his brow furrowed, suspicion and concern wrestling on his face. "Are you sure you weren't just dreaming, man?" he said, grasping for the simplest version. "Like, night terror stuff. You scared the crap out of us." "I wasn't asleep," I said. "It came out flatter than I intended, more tired than angry. I was on my phone. The furnace cut out. Everything went quiet. I heard the code, the lock, the door. Then, footsteps. He tried your doors." Jenna's face drained another shade at that. She shot a glance at her own room at the top of the stairs, as if expecting to see it hanging open. The older officer, his name tag read. Harris checked that glance, filed it away, then addressed all of us. "Okay," he said. "We've gone through all 3 floors. No one hiding in any closets, no signs of forced entry on any doors or windows. Everything is locked now. That's the good news." "What's the bad news?" Matt asked too quickly. Harris's gaze settled on me again. "You said you heard the lock," he repeated. "And you heard someone at the bedroom doors." I nodded. "All right. We're going to take a quick look outside, see what the snow gives us," he said. "Wells, you grab the porch and the drive. I'll walk the street." They both pulled their jackets tighter around them and stepped back out into the cold. The door closed behind them with a solid, reassuring thump, leaving the 4 of us in the suddenly too bright entryway. The furnace was fully alive now, blowing steadily. The fridge had joined the chorus again. The house sounded completely normal, like nothing had happened. Jenna rubbed at her arms, eyes still wide. "You really heard him at my door?" she asked quietly. "I heard someone try the handle," I said. It clicked. He paused, like he was listening. Lena let out a small, shaky laugh that had nothing funny in it. "I slept through someone trying to get in my room," she said. "That's great. Love that for me." Matt shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "I mean, if somebody was really in here, wouldn't they have taken something?" he said. "Phones, wallets, whatever. Everything's still here." "That doesn't mean he wasn't here," Jenna snapped. Fear made her sharp. Maybe he was trying doors to see who woke up first, who was alone, who was easiest. Nobody had a follow-up for that. The door opened again a minute later, letting in another burst of cold and the crunch of boots on the porch. Officer Wells came through first, snowflakes clinging to his beanie, his flashlight still in one hand. "We've got prints," he said to Harris, who was right behind him. "Fresh ones, not yours." Harris nodded, stomping snow off his boots onto the mat. He glanced up at us. "All right," he said. "Here's what we've got. There's a set of footprints starting from the street. They come up the shared drive up onto your porch, then back down to the street again. No other sets in or out that we can see since the last snowfall." He looked at me. "That tracks with your timeline," he said. "From what you told dispatch from entry to exit. Can you tell whose prints?" Jenna asked. Her voice wobbled on the word, whose like she did not really want an answer. Wells shook his head. "Not brand specific," he said. "Tread pattern doesn't match any of the boots by your door, though. These are narrower, deeper in the heel. Could be work boots, could be a hiking style. Hard to tell in this light and with this snow coming down." Harris added, "We followed them as far as we could down the road. They fade where the plows went through earlier. Same direction both ways up to your place, then out. So he definitely came here." Lena said more to herself than anyone else. "Yeah," Wells said. "Somebody did." Matt gestured vaguely around. "But nothing's missing," he pressed. "Like he didn't grab skis out of the garage or whatever. If he was after equipment, he picked a bad night." Wells said, glancing toward the closed garage door. "We checked. Nothing obvious gone. Nothing rifled through down there or on your main floor." Harris's eyes shifted to the smart lock again. "Doors locked. No pry marks. No damage to the frame. Which lines up with what you said you heard the beeps, not any breaking or smashing." "So he has the code," Jenna said quietly. "Or some code. Could have watched one of you punch it in earlier," Wells offered. "Could be someone local who's seen a lot of guests come and go. Could be an old guest who wasn't supposed to keep access. There are a few ways that can happen." The list did not make me feel better. "So, what now?" I asked. My voice sounded small in the bright entry. You can't catch him. We've logged the call, we've documented the prints, and we'll file a report," Harris said. "We'll also notify the resort security and the sheriff's office so they can keep an eye out for anyone matching what you described." He shrugged one shoulder. "But we have no face, no vehicle plate, no name, and no property damage or stolen items we can tie to tonight. Right now on paper, this is a suspicious incident, not a burglary." "He came into the house," I said. It came out more like a plea than a statement. "He tried our bedroom doors." "I don't doubt that you heard what you heard," Harris said evenly. "But in terms of what we can charge someone with, we'd need more. Forced entry, theft, assault, something we can point to and say, this happened, this person did it." "So he gets to just do this?" Lena asked. "Walk into places where people are sleeping and try doors until someone wakes up?" "That's why I'm going to strongly suggest you all check out of here first thing in the morning," Harris said. Call your host, tell them what happened, push them to change the code, and maybe rethink who has access to it. And tonight you keep those bedroom doors locked and stay together if that makes you feel better. That's it, Matt said. That's all you can do. Harris exhaled through his nose in a way that said he had had this conversation before. We work with what we have, he said. What we have tonight is proof someone came to your door, very likely came inside and then left without taking or breaking anything. He paused, eyes going back to me. If he's got the code, he said slowly, and he didn't take anything tonight. Odds are this wasn't his first time here. The words hung in the heated air of the entryway, colder than the snow outside. Because what he meant, what we all heard between the lines, was simple. First time you use a key, you're a stranger. After that, you start to feel like you live there. 6.2. Host the new code and the Ring camera. Morning in that house felt wrong from the second I opened my eyes. There was no lazy second day of vacation vibe, no joking about sore muscles or arguing over who got the shower first. It was a kind of gray, stunned quiet, like everyone had hung their fear up on a hook overnight and then found it still there, waiting in the morning. I made it down to the kitchen first. The second floor, with all the lights off again, looked almost exactly like it had before. Any of this couch, slightly crooked throw blanket half on the floor, empty glasses in the sink. The only evidence of the night was the way everything felt a little skewed, like the room was an image printed slightly off-center. I hit the coffee maker button more out of autopilot than anything. It gurgled to life, water hissing and popping as it pushed through the filter. The smell should have been comforting. It just made my stomach roil. The fridge hummed steadily, its compressor running a little harder than usual, probably because someone had stood there with the door open too long in the middle of the night while the cops were here. The heater cycled like nothing had happened, forced air rolling through the vents in its normal rhythm. It was almost insulting how normal the house sounded. One by one, the others drifted in. Jenna wrapped in a hoodie, now hair twisted into a messy knot, dark circles under her eyes. Lena, pale and quiet, clutching her phone like it was a life preserver. Matt surprisingly subdued, a travel mug in his hand, and no jokes ready. No one mentioned going back to the mountain. At some point, Jenna just said, "We're not doing another day in that flat tone people use when they've made a call and are braced for pushback." No one argued. Instead, we sat around the kitchen table, hands wrapped around mugs, coffee swirling in small circles. A spoon clinked against ceramic as Lena stirred cream into hers, the little tap, tap, tap sounding too bright. I pulled out my phone and opened the Airbnb app. The host had sent a short text late in the night after the officers left. Something like, "Oh my God, are you guys okay? Just saw the call note. Message me in the morning." I hadn't answered then. I hadn't trusted my ability to type anything coherent. Now, with the three of them watching me over the rims of their mugs, I tapped into the message thread and started typing. I kept it simple for once. "Hey, we're physically okay, but something serious happened last night. Someone used the front door code to come in around 2 a.m. and walked into the house. He tried the bedroom doors upstairs. We called the police. They came and saw fresh footprints in the snow." I stared at it for a second, then hit send before I could edit it into something softer. The dots under my message appeared almost immediately. Then they vanished. Then they came back. A few seconds later, a new message popped up. "I'm so sorry. Can I call you through the app?" I accepted the call when it came in, put it on speaker, and set the phone in the middle of the table. The others leaned in, eyes fixed on it like something might crawl out. Her voice sounded like I expected a host's to sound upbeat by default, now tangled with panic. "Hi, this is Claire," she said. "I'm your host. Is everyone okay? No one's hurt, right? No one's hurt, I said. We're all shaken. But okay. What happened? She asked, words rushing. I saw in the system that there was a 911 call and then a note about police being dispatched for a possible intruder and my address, and that shouldn't be possible. The lock is… She cut herself off and regrouped. Can you just walk me through it really quick? She said. Like from your perspective, so I did. Short version, no flourishes. The beeps, the lock, the footsteps, the handles turning, the voice at my door, the officers, the prints in the snow. There was a stretch of silence on her end when I finished. I could hear the faint echo of her room through the speaker, some distant TV or radio, the soft clack of a keyboard. That shouldn't be possible, she said again, eventually slower now. I changed the code 2 weeks ago. You're the first guests with this one. Something in my chest shifted painfully. You mean, nobody else has had this exact code? I asked. No, she said. I generate them fresh for each booking, new 6 digits every time. Then I delete them when you check out. I did that after. She stopped herself, then let out a breath. We had some issues last winter, she said. Someone trying doors in that neighborhood. Nothing ever on my unit specifically, but a couple of hosts shared stories. I didn't want to be the one who left 123456 forever and found out the hard way. So I changed all the codes. I installed cameras. I tightened everything up. The spoon in Lena's cup bumped the side again, an anxious little tap that kept time with my thoughts. So how did he have this code? Jenna asked, leaning toward the phone. If we're the first ones to get it, I don't know, Claire said, and she sounded like she hated those words. He could have watched one of you put it in from a distance. Sometimes guests don't shield the pad, especially with gloves on. But if he came at 2 a.m, that's not a driveway moment. I thought about Matt's loose, drunk confidence punching in the code the night before. My own fingers pressing the digits earlier, standing under the porch roof with that little green camera light blinking down at me. You mentioned cameras, I said. There's a ring or something over the porch. Yeah, she said quickly. It's not a doorbell camera, but it's similar. It's in the soffit, looking down at the door and the drive. I can see when people check in and out, when packages come, all that. I also have an admin view for the lock that shows more detailed activity than the guest app you have. She paused again, and I could hear clicking, now keys being tapped, a mouse being moved. I'm logging in right now, she said. Hang on. We waited. The heater hummed. The fridge cycled down, paused, then clicked quietly back on. Somewhere above us, pipes creaked as water moved through them, someone in another unit starting their day. Every normal sound in the house felt like an insult layered over the beeps in my memory. I realized my leg was bouncing under the table. I made myself stop, and the lack of motion made me feel even more raw. Okay, Claire said after a minute. I'm in the lock dashboard. More clicking. A soft, frustrated sigh. So she continued for me, it shows more than what you see. I get all the unlock events, including which user code was used. You all are on what it calls user code 2 right now. Yeah, I said. I saw that in my app for the legit unlocks. Right. Another pause. Last night, let me scroll. I'm seeing the police entry here, looks like when they came in with you around 2:10 a.m. I've got unlocked admin and then locked admin because they probably manually turned it while it was open. That's normal. And before that, Jenna asked. Before that? Her voice trailed off. Okay, that's weird. My throat tightened. What I'm seeing a gap, she said. Nothing between your last lock when you guys came in from the bar just before midnight, and then, here, one unlock. at 1:51 a.m. Unlock. User code 2. The kitchen seemed to tilt for a second. The time snapped exactly into place with the gut clock I'd been carrying since the beeps. "You're sure that's not us?" Matt asked. His voice had that strained edge of someone trying to push reality back into a different shape. "Like maybe I went out and you didn't," I said. I could hear the flatness in my own tone. "You were asleep. All of you were asleep. I was awake. I heard it." That's when he came in. "It matches your timeline," Claire said quietly. "And if you were all inside and not at the keypad, then..." "Yeah. Someone else used the guest code to unlock the door at 1:51. She took a sharp breath like something had just clicked for her too. "And your app didn't show that she asked me. You said last night you checked it." "It didn't show the first weird beeps," I said. "The wrong code. But this morning after the cops, I didn't look again." "On your side, the guest view might be delayed or only show locks and unlocks you initiate," she said. "On mine, I get everything. This is definitely there." The room felt suddenly smaller, the walls a few inches closer. "So he didn't just jam the lock or trick it," Lena said. "He had the right digits." "Yeah," Claire said. The cheer was gone from her voice now. It was all business and fear. "I'm going to disable that code right now and generate a new one. Not that you're staying long enough to use it, but just in case." Her keyboard clicked again. I pictured numbers being deleted somewhere, access evaporating. It didn't help as much as it should have. "That's the lock," she said. Now I'm checking the camera. I could hear her scrolling, clicking through menus on her end. Some distant tinny notification sound chimed. "Okay, Ring dashboard," she said. "Let's see what you look like." There was a moment of silence that stretched too long. My stomach dropped half an inch. "Great," she muttered, not to us. "What?" Jenna asked, leaning forward. "Please don't say it wasn't recording." It was, Claire said, up until a point. Her voice had taken on that flat tone people use when they're trying not to panic, because they know someone else is listening. "Last night," she continued, "I've got motion events up to 1:39 a.m., little clips of you guys going in earlier, a raccoon waddling up the drive, that kind of thing. Then at 1:40 there's an event logged as button pressed, device rebooted." "What does that mean?" I asked, even though I had a guess. "On this model," she said, "there's a small reset button on the side. Hard to see unless you know where it is. If you press and hold it, it forces the camera to restart, like power cycling a router." She let that hang for a second. "So someone reached up and did that," Lena said. "Looks like it," Claire said. "Because right after that reboot, the feed goes offline. No motion events, no snapshots. Camera status offline from 1:40 a.m. until 2:05 a.m. And he unlocked the door at 1:51, I said. My own voice sounded far away. "Yeah," Claire said. "Which would line up with someone disabling the camera, then walking up to your door, punching in the code and going in, then leaving, then the camera coming back online after it finishes its reboot. On our side of the table, no one talked. The kitchen sounded as normal as ever. The fridge compressor kicked off with its usual click, leaving a slight high-pitched ring in the absence of its hum. Upstairs, a toilet flushed pipes, rattling for a moment, and then settling. A spoon clinked against china as Jenna set her mug down too hard. But all I could hear was the sequence replaying in my mind, mapped to the times on Claire's dashboard, 1:40 a.m. A hand reaching up fingertips, finding a small recessed button on the side of a camera tucked into the porch soffit. Press. Hold. Tiny internal chime. Device rebooted. 1:51 a.m. Beep, 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 beep. Motor, chunk. A man in a worn jacket stepping over the threshold like he owned the house. "Can you send us that?" I asked. My mouth was dry. The lock activity, the camera log, everything. "Of course," she said immediately. "I'm taking screenshots now. I'll send them through the app to you and also attach them to my report to Airbnb support, and if you want the police report number." My phone buzzed almost before she finished speaking. A notification slid down from the top of the screen. I tapped it. A screenshot filled the display. It was a simple list, black text on white timestamps marching down the page. Some lines were grayed out older. The most recent ones were crisp, fresh. I scrolled until I found the line she'd mentioned. There it was, in clean, indifferent font, 1:51 a.m. Unlock, user code 2. The exact moment my ears had heard the 6 beeps and my whole body had gone cold. The moment the house's own system had quietly written down in its unemotional log that someone with our code had come in. The night before, when I'd heard the wrong code error, the logs had pretended nothing happened. This time, when he got it right, the record was perfect. 6.3. The earlier unlock, we did not argue about leaving. After the call with Claire and the cop's report number scribbled on a scrap of paper near the coffee machine, it felt like the house itself had already spat us out. Every cabinet door, every vent, every shadow felt like it had a memory now, and none of them belonged to us. We moved through the rooms in that quiet, fast way people do when they pack after a bad fight. No music, no joking. Just zippers and footsteps and the occasional muttered, "Is this yours or mine?" as we scooped our stuff out of someone else's furniture. I shoved my clothes into my duffel without folding them. Chargers, toiletries, socks from under the bed, everything just got jammed in. The room looked stripped as soon as the last thing went into the bag, like we'd never been there at all. Downstairs, the house made its usual morning soundtrack heater, blowing fridge, humming coffee machine, gurgling one last pot. It could not have cared less that we were bailing 2 days early. We did a final sweep, Jenna checking all the outlets for forgotten chargers, Lena opening every drawer twice, Matt lifting couch cushions just to be sure. The 4 of us stood in the entry for a second, once everything was by the door, like we were waiting for someone to say something meaningful. No one did. Instead, Jenna just said, "Let's go," and we stepped out into the snow. The porch looked normal too. Fresh powder filled in most of the prints from the night before, leaving only faint depressions where boots had compacted it harder. Our SUV sat where we'd left it, a white crust frosting the windows. No dark mystery car at the bottom of the drive this time. Just the quiet hiss of light snow hitting metal and the distant grind of a plow somewhere down the hill. I locked the door one last time from the outside, pressing the code in with a kind of petty defiance. Beep, 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 beep. Whir click. It felt less like securing a house and more like closing a tab. The drive back to Salt Lake City passed in a blur of gray highway and occasional bursts of highway radio. None of us said much. Every now and then, Lena would pipe up with something practical, flight time, gate number, whether we had enough gas to return the SUV without a surcharge, and then it would go quiet again. On the plane back to Phoenix, I had the aisle seat. It might as well have been a coffin. My brain refused to replay the trip, the way normal vacations replay the pretty views, the funny moments, the small wins. It kept jumping back to one of 2 soundtracks, the 6 beeps, and his voice at my door. I opened the Airbnb app a dozen times during the flight, thumb hovering over the message thread with Claire. Nothing new came in. I refreshed my email over and over, watching the little spinning icon chase itself in circles, half expecting an update to appear and half dreading it. By the time we landed in Phoenix, the desert night air hitting my face in the rideshare pickup lane felt like another planet. The first couple of days back at my apartment were strange. On paper, my life returned to normal, same commute, same office, same fluorescent lights, and humming server room and co-worker small talk about unrelated things. But every time the building's HVAC cycled off, or my fridge took a break, I would freeze. The mechanical hush in my own place, which I'd never really noticed before, suddenly felt like an old friend with a bad secret. At night in my bed, I would find myself staring at my own cheap bedroom door and its hollow core lock, listening for handles that never turned. On the third day after we got back, an email from Claire finally landed in my inbox. The subject line was polite and sanitized in the way only platform-mediated communication can be: follow-up lock activity, narc camera info. My stomach dropped anyway. I opened it. She had written more like a person this time, less like a host. The message was long, broken into paragraphs that felt like someone thinking out loud. She recapped what we already knew: the 1:51 a.m. unlock using user code 2, the Ring camera rebooting at 1:40 and going offline until after 2, the police report she'd filed on her end. She mentioned contacting Airbnb support, who were reviewing the safety incident and would likely reach out to me directly. Then there was a new paragraph. I was going through the rest of the lock history for your stay to see if there was anything else strange besides that 1:51 a.m. unlock, and I did find one more thing I wanted to ask you about. My finger hovered over the screen as I scrolled. She had pasted a screenshot below the text. The same style of list as before, times actions user codes, only now there were more entries. Check-in, first night lock, morning departures, returns. One line had been highlighted. Day 2, 11:23 a.m., unlock user code 2. I did not need her explanation to know why that time felt wrong. My brain supplied the context before my eyes finished reading. Day 2, 11:23 a.m. We had been on the mountain. We'd left the house that morning around 9, give or take, piling into the SUV with boards and skis and too much coffee. We'd stopped at the lodge around 11 for lunch. Burgers, fries, hot chocolate. I could picture Matt joking about the theft sign. I could picture what the snow on our driveway must have looked like at that exact moment. We had not gone back to the house in the middle of the day. None of us had grabbed keys because we didn't need them. The lock was code only. Claire's next paragraph felt almost apologetic. Did any of you maybe run back to the house around lunch on day 2? Maybe someone forgot something, or felt sick, or just wanted to rest. Totally fine if so. I just want to make sure I'm not misreading this. I stared at the question, rereading it 3 times. Then I forwarded the email to our group chat and added a single line. Did any of you go back to the house around 11:23 a.m. on day 2? Responses came fast. Jenna, no. We were all together the whole time. I remember because we were making fun of Matt on the Green Run LOL. Lena, 100% no. I never left the resort until we all did. Matt, dude, no. I didn't even go back to the car. Why I screenshot their answers and attached them to my reply to Claire. No one went back, we were all on the mountain then. That unlock at 11:23 wasn't us. A new shape of unease settled into me as I typed it. The 1:51 unlock could have been argued away by someone determined to live in a safer story. Maybe I misheard, maybe the logs glitched, maybe the timeline was off. But the 11:23 one sat in the middle of our day like a cold stone. At 11:23 a.m., on day 2 while we were eating fries in a noisy lodge or falling on soft snow under bright blue sky, someone had walked up to that townhouse, punched in our code, and opened the front door. And then apparently left again. No one noticed anything missing. Our bags were untouched when we came home. Wallets, laptops, passports, everything was still where we'd left it, which meant whoever it was had not been in a hurry. They were not rummaging through drawers and dumping jewelry boxes. They'd had the luxury of time. The thought that would not leave me alone was simple and awful. What do you do inside a place you have the key to when its current occupants are out? You stand in the living room. You listen. You walk slowly across the floor and mark which boards complain the least. You look up at the ceiling and figure out which vents might carry noise between floors. You walk up and down the stairs and note how high you need to lift your feet to avoid the squeaky step. You open a bedroom door or two, not enough to disturb anything, but enough to see where suitcases are lying, which beds are on, which walls, how far each door swings before it hits something. You learn the house, so that when you come back in the dark, you move like you belong there. Later that afternoon, another email from Claire arrived. Smaller subject line this time, neighbor footage. My heart picked up speed before I tapped it. My neighbor 2 doors down sent me something too, she wrote. Their driveway camera caught someone walking up toward your place around midday on day 2. I'm forwarding a still frame because the video is grainy, but maybe it helps. There was an attached JPEG. I opened it. The image was low res and washed out in the way inexpensive security cameras always are. The world was a cheap winter palette gray sky, white snow tan siding. The timestamp in the corner read 11:22:41 a.m. Our unit sat in the background, a slice of porch and front door partially visible behind a snowbank. In the mid-ground on the shared driveway, a single figure was captured mid-step. He was angled slightly away from the camera, walking toward our porch. His face was turned down, more interested in his footing than the lens pointed at him. The hood of a dark jacket obscured most of his head, but sticking out from under it was the lower band of a beanie, darker still. I zoomed in until the image broke apart into pixels. The jacket looked the same kind of worn matte as the one on the stairs. The build, medium, not huge, not small, matched the half-glimpsed silhouette on the landing. The way his shoulders sat slightly hunched against the cold looked familiar in a way that made my stomach knot. You could not see his eyes. His mouth was just a blur, but I knew him anyway. Not like you know a friend, like you know the shape of a recurring error message the way you recognize a sound you've heard in the dark before. Rental shop, slope, stair landing, my door. I sat there in my Phoenix apartment, the hum of my own fridge loud in my ears, staring at that cheap, grainy frame of a man in a dark jacket and a beanie walking calmly up a snowy driveway toward a house that held all of our stuff and none of our attention. He had gone there once when we were gone. He had gone there once when we were asleep. The only difference between those 2 visits was whether we knew he was inside. 701 coming home and never sleeping the same way. You would think coming back to Phoenix would be a reset. Sky Harbor at night is its own kind of loud. The overhead announcements are too cheerful, the floor is too shiny, the rental car signs all blur together. When the automatic doors opened and that dry heat slapped my face warmer even in winter than Utah had been at noon, it should have felt like waking up from a bad dream. It didn't. The air smelled like jet fuel and hot concrete and stale coffee. The wheels of people's carry-ons rattled and clicked over the tile. Somewhere a kid whined about snacks. A TSA dog handler laughed at something another agent said. It was all aggressively normal. I walked through it like someone who had been underwater too long. In the rideshare line, the ground was still a little damp from some half-hearted desert rain. The neon from the terminal signs reflected in shallow puddles. Cars pulled up in a steady stream, doors thunking, people calling out names. Ride for Tyler, are you Mark? I've got Sarah. It took me a second to respond when my own name was called. The driver had to say it twice before my brain filed it under you. The ride home was 10 minutes of highway lights and billboard ads and the steady air-conditioned hush of the car. I watched the familiar landmarks roll by: downtown Silhouette, the big curve of the 202, the glowing arches of some fast food place we'd all mocked before, and felt like I was watching someone else's commute. My apartment greeted me the same way it always did. Dim entry light, faint dust smell, the soft whoosh of the central AC kicking on as the thermostat registered another body in the space. The fridge hummed steadily in the kitchen. My own bedroom door stood open, cheap, hollow core, same kind as the one in Utah. Except now I could not look at that door without overlaying another door on top of it, the one with his voice on the other side. I did not become a different person overnight. I still worked the same IT job. I still spent too much time staring at screens. I still ordered the same stupid takeout meals on nights I was too tired to cook. To anyone watching from the outside, nothing about my life screamed something bad happened in a rental in Utah. The changes were smaller, quieter. They started with where I slept. Before the trip, I'd been the kind of person who booked Airbnbs without thinking much: basement studios, mother-in-law units, whole houses if the price worked out. I liked the fake homminess, the little handwritten welcome notes, the Keurig pods lined up next to the sink. After the trip, I stopped booking entire places to myself. If I had to travel, I picked hotels. Boring mid-range chains off highway exits. Places with ugly carpet and ice machines and front desks that were staffed all night. Places where you checked in under fluorescent lighting and got a key card that could be deactivated with one click at the lobby. I started asking in a casual voice I did not feel for rooms not on the ground floor. Something about being directly at sidewalk level bothered me now in a way it never had before. Third floor or above felt better, like it would take more steps for someone to get to my door. In the rooms, I developed a little ritual. Key card in, door open, close the door, throw the deadbolt, slide the metal security latch across. Sometimes, if there was one of those metal swing arms instead of a chain, I would hook it and then tug the door 3 or 4 times just to feel the resistance. At home, I installed my own deadbolt. My apartment door had come with a standard knob lock the complex swore was enough. It had never occurred to me to doubt that. One afternoon, I went to Home Depot, bought a mid-priced deadbolt set, and spent 2 hours with a borrowed drill and a YouTube tutorial carving a hole in my own door. The wood shavings on my entry floor looked like leftovers from some surgery. When it was done, I had a second lock-solid metal key on the outside thumb turn on the inside. The first time I turned it and heard that deeper, more authoritative clunk of bolt into frame, something unclenched in me a little. Not all the way, but a millimeter. I also bought a cheap camera. Not a full security system, just a little Wi-Fi unit that stuck to the inside wall and pointed at my front door. I told myself it was geek curiosity. I wanted to play with the app test motion zones, that kind of thing. Really, I wanted a record somewhere that said, if someone stands on the inside of this threshold who shouldn't, I'll know. It's funny the sounds you stop hearing until something rewires you. Before Utah, microwave beeps were just microwave beeps. Office keypads were just part of the background noise. The autopilot arming chirp of a rental car in a parking garage barely registered. After Utah, every beep was suspect. At work, the server room door had a numeric keypad that chirped once for each digit. I had punched that code 1,000 times without thinking. Now, if I was at my desk and heard someone else keying in from down the hall, beep, 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 my heart would kick up a few extra beats until the sequence ended and the lock clacked. The microwave in the break room made a particular tone when time was up, a cheerful little 4-note rising beep. First day back, someone heated their lunch, and when that noise went off behind me, my hands twitched hard enough to make me drop a cable. At night, lying in my own bed, I started hearing things that were probably not there. The building HVAC turning on in the middle of the night now made me snap awake for a second, convinced it was footsteps in the hallway. A neighbor's door closing became in my half-sleep, my own knob turning. I would lie there staring at the faint outline of my bedroom door in the dark, waiting for a handle to move. It never did. That did not stop my body from rehearsing panic. I know how it sounds. It sounds like I'm building a monster out of a guy who maybe just wanted to steal a snowboard and chickened out, who got spooked when he realized someone was awake and calling the cops. It sounds dramatic, like I've taken one bad night and turned it into a permanent bogeyman. But I can't unhear the way he said, "You finally locked him," like we were slow students, finally passing a test he'd been giving for a while. There was history in that line. There was fatigue. There was the easy tone of someone who had been disappointed in people like us more times than he could count. That's what kept me up more than anything, the idea that we hadn't been special. That we'd just been another door in a series he'd been working through for seasons. The first time I stayed in a hotel after Utah, it was for a one-night work thing in Tucson. Nothing fancy. Mid-range chain off the freeway, free breakfast, small pool nobody was using. I checked in at 9, made the lobby small talk, rode the elevator up to the 4th floor with a guy in a suit who smelled like cologne and stress. My room was at the end of the hall. The carpet was that weird, busy pattern hotels love, designed to hide stains and make your eyes slide off it. The walls were thin. I could hear a TV through one, water running through pipes in the other. I did my rituals. Card in, deadbolt thrown, swing latch engaged, curtain checked twice, AC set to a low hum for white noise. Eventually, I turned off the lamp and lay down, staring up at the textured ceiling, listening to the building breathe. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed. Somewhere above me, pipes rattled. The vending machine by the elevator hummed a steady mechanical note, punctuated every now and then by the distant clunk of someone buying soda. I must have dozed off. Not deep, just enough for my brain to shuffle the day around. At some point in that hazy in-between, the hotel fell into that late-night lull where everything drops a few decibels. No doors, no carts. The HVAC on my wall unit cycled off, taking its fan noise with it. The quiet pressed in. And then from the hallway, clear as a memory, beep, 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 beep. 4 quick beeps and a longer error tone. The exact pattern the lock in Utah had made when someone punched the wrong code. I was on my feet before I knew I'd moved. Adrenaline hit so hard my hands tingled. I crossed the room in 3 strides, heart in my throat, eye already angled toward the peephole. My fingers fumbled the chain off the latch before the saner part of my brain could shout that this was exactly the opposite of what you should do. I yanked the door open. The hallway stared back at me, empty and overlit. No man in a beanie. No boots. No one standing in front of my door with his hand on the knob. Just patterned carpet stretching to the exit sign. The soft buzz of the fluorescent fixtures overhead. The ice machine alcove halfway down its little green ready light glowing. And to my left, near the elevator, a wall-mounted panel above the service door flashed a small red LED and beeped the same 4-note pattern again. Beep, 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 beep. Some kind of maintenance alarm or a housekeeping code entered wrong on a staff keypad. I stood there barefoot in the doorway, chest heaving, while the vending machine drone filled the silence and a soda can rattled down its spiral somewhere inside. From where I was standing, I couldn't see anyone at all. 7.2. Another trip. Another hallway. The Denver trip was supposed to be the proof that I was overreacting. That is what my manager called it, politely, of course. He said it in a meeting room with glass walls and a little laugh like we were sharing a joke. "You've had a rough few weeks," he said. but this conference will be good for you. New faces, different scenery, hotel bar. You'll be fine. So I flew to Denver in late February, landed in a city that smelled like exhaust and cold, and checked into yet another chain hotel. 10 floors, beige exterior lobby with fake plants and a fireplace on a loop. The front desk clerk gave me the practiced smile that says he's said the same welcome speech 1,000 times this month. "Here you go, Mr. Hutchina," he said, sliding the keycard across. "You're on the 8th floor. Breakfast is from 6 to 9. Gym is 24 hours. Elevators are just past the coffee station." I rode up with 2 other people dragging carry-ons. The elevator's digital floor display ticked up with a faint electronic beep at each level. My fingers tightened around the keycard every time. The hallway on the 8th floor was long and slightly curved, the kind of corridor that feels like it should be in a casino or a hospital. Patterned carpet in a swirling design of reds and browns, allegedly to hide spills. Sconces on the walls every 15 feet, casting a warm yellow light that never quite reached the ceiling. The air smelled like stale air freshener and whatever cleaning solution they used on the bathrooms. At the far end, I could hear the ice machine humming one of those industrial cubes that live in their own little alcove, endlessly freezing and dropping. I found my room slid, the keycard watched the LED flash green, and did the now standard ritual: door open, door shut, deadbolt thrown, security latch engaged. 3 locks between me and the hallway. The days in Denver were normal enough. Conference rooms with bad coffee and PowerPoint decks, name tags on lanyards, banquet lunches, networking conversations that all sounded the same. Nights were the problem. The second night I woke up at 2:30 a.m., throat-dry tongue stuck to my teeth. The AC unit under the window had cut off, leaving the room in that heavy quiet you only notice when a hotel compressor stops. For a minute, I lay there and listened, waiting for the familiar anxiety to bloom. It didn't come right away. Just a faint awareness of my own heartbeat and the hum of something mechanical behind the wall. My mouth felt like cotton. I realized I hadn't had anything to drink since the last conference happy hour soda hours ago. There were 2 options: the tiny bottle of water on the desk with a $5 price tag on it, or the vending area down the hall whose little sign I'd noticed earlier. Habit and cheapness pulled me toward the hallway. I got out of bed feeling the dry hotel air hit my skin and pulled on yesterday's t-shirt. The room was dim, lit only by the orange glow from the city through the crack in the blackout curtains. The red digits on the bedside clock glowed to 30.2. 1. I unlatched the swing arm, turned the deadbolt, and opened the door. The hallway was a tunnel of muted gold. The sconces were still on, casting long ovals of light on the carpet. The air out there was cooler than in the room, and it smelled faintly of detergent and someone else's perfume, a ghost of whoever had walked through earlier. The ice machine at the far end made a deep, throaty hum, punctuated every now and then by a hollow clunk and a splash of ice shifting in its bin. No other doors were open. No TVs bled sound through the walls loud enough to catch. It was just me, the carpet, and the long strip of patterned floor. I walked toward the vending and ice area, my bare feet making soft shuff noises on the carpet. As I got closer, the ice machine loomed into view in its little niche, white plastic front, dark opening, a laminated sign taped above it, with instructions no one ever read. Beside it, there was a narrow alcove with the soda machine and a tiny trash can. The soda machine's compressor added its own steady drone to the soundtrack. I bought a bottle of water with a crumpled bill, the machine whirring and clacking as it dropped. On the way back, I paused for a second near the elevator bank. 2 stainless steel doors closed with a call panel between them. Above each door, a red LED display. The barely audible hum of the cars resting in their shafts. The button panel up and down arrows sat in a brushed metal plate with a small speaker grill built in. I do not know why I stopped there. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe I just wanted to look down the hallway in both directions, confirm that it was empty. The carpet stretched away in both directions, identical, disappearing around the gentle curve in the middle of the building. The lights hummed. Nothing moved. I turned back toward my room. That's when I heard it. 6 quick beeps in a row. Beep, 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 beep. Not the slow, lazy chirps of a microwave. Not the single ding of an elevator arriving. These were tight, evenly spaced, each one the same tone, the same volume, the same rhythm the smart lock in Utah had made when someone keyed in the right code. My body reacted before my brain could put names to the sounds. Every muscle tightened. The hairs on the back of my neck rose. My grip on the plastic water bottle creaked. The beeps seemed to come from just behind me or above me or under my feet, somewhere in that weird, non-directional way hotel noises travel. Instinct said door code, but there were no keypad locks here. Just key cards and an elevator call button. I turned slowly. The elevator panel sat where it had a second ago, indifferent. The up and down arrows were dark. The floor indicators above the doors glowed with a steady 8 undisturbed. No red LEDs flashed. No error message. No out-of-service sign. The hallway behind me remained empty. No late-night guest standing in front of their room with a keypad. No maintenance worker with a rolling cart. No security guard playing with a lock. Just me and the hum of the building. Fire system, I muttered under my breath, trying to staple the sound to anything that made sense. Some kind of alarm test. I stared at the smoke detector on the ceiling halfway down the hall. Its little green LED was steady, no flashing. No strobe lights. No sirens. 6 beeps, and then nothing. The rational part of my brain started laying down plausible stories. Elevators sometimes beep when they're called from another floor. Some back-end equipment might chime behind the walls. Maybe there was a service room just beyond that door, with some device testing itself. The other part, the one that had been rewired in that townhouse, had already tagged the noise and filed it under pattern matched. I walked back toward my room more quickly than I'd intended, the water bottle cold in my hand. My breathing sounded too loud in my own ears. At my door, I slid the key card in and out, watched the green light flicker, heard the familiar click of the latch releasing. I wrapped my fingers around the handle, and from way down the hallway, far enough that it sounded like it was turning a corner, but close enough that I heard it clearly, came a small, sharp sound, that short, derisive little laugh through the nose. Not a belly laugh, not a chuckle, just a quick, amused ha-chen of air, like someone had just watched a toddler finally do something right. I froze, hand on the handle key card, still between my fingers. My head snapped toward the direction it had come from. The curve of the hallway made it hard to see far. Sconces glowed their light, fading into shadow at the bend. No doors stood open. No silhouettes broke the line of the wall. The ice machine hummed. A soft drip in its tray plinked. No one was there. I stood like that for a long moment, every muscle waiting for another sound, a footstep, a voice, anything to pin that tiny noise to a body. Nothing came. The more rational version of events wrote itself in my head. In real time, some other guest down the hall, standing in their doorway, laughing at a text under their breath. Someone watching a late-night show with the volume too low, a sitcom laugh track punctuated in perfectly the wrong place. My own stupid brain misfiring and stitching random sounds together into something familiar. I opened my door, stepped inside, and threw all the locks again. The room's dark swallowed me. The AC unit kicked back on with a loud whoomp, filling the silence with rushing air. The fridge in the corner hummed in sympathy. I stood there in the semi-dark, my hand still on the chain, listening like an idiot to the muffled sounds of the hotel breathing. Eventually, I went back to bed. The clock read 2:37. I did not sleep much after that. In the morning, sunlight leaking around the blackout curtains made the night feel unreal in that way all hotel nights do. The hallway when I stepped out was full of people, conference badges, backpacks, room cleaning carts. Voices bounced off the walls. Doors opened and closed. At the front desk, checking out, I heard myself ask the question before I'd fully decided to. "Hey," I said, sliding my keycard across. "This is going to sound weird, but did you guys have any kind of alarm go off last night? Like late 2 or 3 a.m., system tests, fire drills, anything like that?" The clerk frowned slightly, tapping at his keyboard. He had the blank, over-polite expression of someone expecting a complaint about the pillows. "Not that I'm aware of," he said. "We log all alarms and drills. There's nothing on the report for overnight. No elevator issues," I pushed. "Fire panel checks. Beeping sounds in the halls." He shook his head. "No, sir," he said. "Nothing like that. If there'd been any system tests, we'd have notified guests. Everything was quiet." He said it like it was a good thing. I nodded, thanked him, walked back out into the bright Denver morning, and pretended that the 6 beeps and the small laugh in the hallway were just some anonymous hotel noise. But the pattern conference hallway beeps laughter filed itself neatly next to Utah in the drawer, where I keep the things I don't have explanations for. 7:3, the last notification. By the time I'm telling you this, it's been 3 years since Utah. That is enough time, apparently, for other people to file something away under Weird Weekend and move on. Matt tells the story when he tells it at all like a bar anecdote now. We had some creep with a code in Utah once, he'll say over wings, turning it into one more bullet point in a long list of crazy stuff that's happened to me. Jenna shrugs it off as the Airbnb thing when it comes up a story she thinks made her more cautious for a while, and then faded into the background of bills and work and everything else. Lena still texts me occasionally if a true crime podcast mentions smart locks. She sends a link, adds a skull emoji, and that's it. They all went back to Airbnbs eventually. I didn't. My life in Phoenix settled into a new normal, the version I told you about, hotel chains instead of private houses, deadbolt on my front door, little camera pointed at the entrance like a single unblinking eye. I work. I game. I answer stupid tickets about passwords. I get older. Most nights are truly empty. Nothing tries my handle. No one walks up my stairs at 2 a.m. and tests my locks. The scariest sound in my apartment is the ice maker dumping cubes into the bin. If the story ended there, I probably would have kept it to myself. But then there was the notification. It was a Tuesday night or a Wednesday. Some middle-of-the-week non-event you only remember because of what came after. I'd gone to bed later than I should have, phone face down on the nightstand, AC set to kick off around 3 when the desert air dips a degree or 2. At some point in that blind stretch between last scroll and sleep, the AC did cut out. I woke up in the quiet it left behind. The room was dark, thicker than usual, because I'd actually pulled the blackout curtains shut all the way. The only light came from the tiny LED on my smoke detector and the faint glow of the streetlights filtering in around the edges of the blinds, smearing a soft, sodium yellow line across the ceiling. For a second, I just lay there, not sure why I was awake. The silence felt heavy, like it had weight. Then my phone buzzed on the nightstand. Not the sharp trill of a call, not the little chirp of a calendar reminder, just the short, insistent tssst of a push notification. I froze. My eyes went to where I knew the screen was a rectangle of black inches from my hand. I didn't move for a moment. The AC was off. The fridge out in the kitchen had picked one of those moments to coast its compressor silent. The whole apartment had the same sucked-out, electrically empty feel that Utah had had right before the lock beeps. The phone buzzed again. One more short vibration, then nothing. I reached for it. The screen lit up, burning white in the dark. I squinted, blinking away the blur until the lock screen came into focus. There, sitting at the top like any other app nag, was a notification from my smart lock. Front door incorrect code entered. 1 attempt. 3:17 a.m. My throat went dry so fast it actually hurt. I stared at those numbers until they stopped meaning anything. 3:17, 1 attempt. Incorrect code, the exact kind of message I'd wanted to have all these years, the proof I hadn't had in Utah, that wrong numbers had been pressed. Now that it was in front of me, I didn't feel vindicated. I felt like someone had just knocked quietly on the edge of my life. The app gave me a little icon too, a red triangle with an exclamation point. Tap to view activity, it suggested like this was an overdue bill or a missed step goal. I did not tap. Not at first. The part of my brain that handles logically, you should check, screamed at me to get up, look through the peephole, review the feed. The older animal part wanted nothing to do with any of it. That part remembered standing in the dark behind a thin door with my hand on a shaking handle. I lay there holding the phone, eyes locked on the time. 3:17 a.m. The digital clock on my nightstand, cheap red LED numbers confirmed the same. I listened. Nothing. No footsteps in the hall outside my unit. No tired drunk banging on the wrong door. No voices. No car alarms. Just the distant, soft rush of traffic from the bigger roads a few blocks over, and the occasional tick of cooling metal somewhere in the building. I waited for another buzz, another notification, a follow-up that said code entered, 2 attempts or lock tamper detected. Nothing else came. Eventually, the AC kicked back on with a mechanical whoomp, loud enough to make me flinch. Air rushed through the vents, filling the silence with its steady hiss. The normal sounds made it all feel safer, or at least more like my usual life. With the system noise back, the idea of getting up to check the feed felt slightly less like walking into a nightmare. I swung my legs over the side of the bed toes, registering the familiar feel of my own carpet. The phone screen had gone dark. I woke it again, then tapped into the smart lock app. Activity log, 1 entry highlighted. 3:17 a.m. incorrect code entered. 1 attempt. No follow-up unlocks. No successful entries. Whoever it was, if it was anyone and not some random glitch, had gotten one bad string of digits in and then stopped. The app gave me the option to sound alarm on the lock to temporarily disable exterior keypad. I didn't touch either. I just backed out and opened the camera app instead. The little Wi-Fi cam on my door had its own timeline, tiny thumbnails of movement triggers along the bottom, each one a frozen frame of my stale hallway. I scrolled back. 2:59, a neighbor walking by carrying grocery bags. 3:08, a car's headlights sliding through the frosted glass of the main building door at the end of the hall. 3:16, nothing. The frame showed the usual my door, my doormat, the patch of bland hallway opposite. The thumb bar showed a clip at 3:17 right when the lock had logged the incorrect code. I tapped it. The video started the static view of my door and the little bit of hallway it could see. The timestamp in the corner read 3:17:02. For 3 seconds, nothing moved. Then the image hiccuped. The picture froze mid-frame like someone had hit pause. The timestamp sat at 3:17:05. The little spinning, buffering icon appeared for half a second in the middle. When the image came back, the time in the corner jumped to 3:19, 2 minutes gone. No motion events between. No camera offline alert. just a skipped chunk, neat and clean. I scrubbed back frame by frame to the last moment before the hiccup, the last good still image at 3:17:04. At first glance, it was the same as always: door, hallway, the main building entrance, frosted glass far down the corridor glowing faintly orange from the streetlight outside. Then I noticed the reflection, not in the peephole or the doorknob, in the narrow rectangle of glass in the storm door across from mine, the one for the unit opposite whose door my camera caught at a slight angle. In the glass, just at the edge of the frame, there was a pale, warped smudge. I zoomed in, the image pixelated colors breaking into blocks, but the shape resolved just enough. A suggestion of shoulders, a hint of a head, something rounded on top hat hood, or just the distortion from the glass. The posture angled toward my door, not squared to the camera. You could make a strong argument it was nothing. A trick of light from the street, compression artifacts, the ghost of some previous frame bleeding through. You could also make an argument that you were looking at the blurred, partial reflection of someone standing just out of direct view of the lens body, turned toward my lock, one hand probably hovering near the keypad. It wasn't enough to send to the police and say he's back. Not with a straight face. Not when all you have is a glitch and a smudge and a history you can't show them. It was enough to make my hands shake around the phone. I went back to bed after that. Not because I felt safe, just because I didn't know what else to do at 3:25 in the morning in a one-bedroom apartment with 2 locks and a camera that might or might not have just blinked at the worst possible moment. I lay there in the hum of the AC, staring at my own bedroom door, waiting for another notification that never came. So here's where I leave it with you. I could tell you it was a neighbor coming home drunk, hitting the wrong keypad on the wrong floor. I could tell you cameras glitch all the time, especially cheap ones over Wi-Fi. I could tell you brains that have been scared once will jump at the first chance to see patterns. All of that might be true. Or it might also be true that there are people who like doors the way some people like puzzles. People who live in towns like Utah resort communities and anonymous Phoenix apartment complexes, who learn the sounds houses make when they sleep. People who watch long enough to catch 6 digits in the reflection of a window, who collect codes and entrances and the feeling of standing on the inside of someone else's threshold while they dream a few rooms away. I used to think locks were there to keep bad people out. After Utah and after that 3 a.m. notification, I'm starting to think some people like the challenge. They collect codes, they collect houses, and every now and then they pick a night to see who's finally learned to lock their doors and who still hasn't.